וואי, זה יש מלא אור.
תשבי פה.
כן?
תשבי פה, הילה מציגה אותך, את עולה מפה.
סבבה.
ואז כאילו פשוט זה מחכה לך. בואי נעשה כזה רגע. אין בעיה, אני פה. רגע, סליחה. שנייה, אני אגיד משהו. עידית, את מוכנה? אנחנו נתחיל. ניידת, אנחנו בחזרת פרומטר עם מנכ"לית משרד התחבורה.
טוב. טוב, אני נעשה שם, אם לא, אני קוראת מפה.
בואי נעשה אפילו פעמיים, זה איזי.
אוקיי.
אם לא, את תמיד יכולה לברוח לזה.
בסדר. Honored guests, members of the Knesset, former and present ministers. רגע, לא התחלתם לגלגל לי.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, Miss Hila Korach.
Hello everybody, good morning, and thanks for joining us on our second day at the Prime Minister's Smart Mobility Summit. We hope you are rested and refreshed, because today we are going to take a big leap into the future. We'll talk about cyber solutions for smart mobility, about airborne smart mobility in drones and unmanned vehicles. We'll discuss the challenges of scaling out from local Israeli success to the world. All this awaits, but first and foremost, innovation cannot take place without rethinking policies to enable them. So to kick off our second day, we are honored to speak with a local policymaker. Please welcome Ms. Michal Frank, Director General of the Israeli Ministry of Transportation.
Hello, honored guests, members of Knesset, former and present ministers, and governors, ambassadors, and the many, many technology companies that are taking part in this summit, both physically and virtually. I'm happy and excited to be opening the second day of the 2021 Smart Mobility Summit. For nearly a decade, this summit has been a focal point for everyone in the field of smart mobility, and it shows the strength of the Israeli industry in the sector. Over the last 10 years, we have seen this sector grow from strength to strength, and the State of Israel become a major target for foreign investments in our companies. Today, I'm proud to say there are over 650 Israeli startups in the sector and 35 international R&D centers working out of Israel. These are outstanding numbers and a testament to the strength of the industry and our international standing. This summit is an opportunity to strengthen the ecosystem and create business links that benefit us all and move smart mobility forward, here and around the world. But more than that, it is an opportunity to promote collaboration between sectors and support this vital industry as it grows. In line with the policy of the Minister of Transportation and Road Safety that you heard yesterday, the ministry is putting the promotion of alternative transportation and the reduction of the use of the private automobile front and center, using technology to do so. We are bringing technology into the equation through unprecedented budgets to improve public transportation in Israel and creating genuine alternatives to the private car. Until now, the accepted models for dealing with road congestion have seen the problem through the prism of demand for transport, and as that have led to an additional transport infrastructure focused on the private mobility. As many of you here know, the mobility as a service model looks to reverse the traditional approach and look rather at the individual, providing them with efficient and comfortable transport services that address their needs for mobility. The projects that advance these goals include transport services on demand, as well as flexible transport initiatives that are already in operation today, encouraging shared transport, promoting advanced payment solutions on public transportation, and increasing interoperability between already existing transport apps. In addition, and in line with the important principle of data-based policy, the ministry is investing considerable budgets and human resources to upgrade the data on which public transport runs, as well as reducing congestion and advancing alternative transportation that are so important both for the economy and for the environment. The ministry has put a particular emphasis on road safety. In recent months, I'm sad to say that we have seen a worrying rise in fatalities and injuries from road traffic accidents. Unfortunately, in many cases, these serious accidents were the result of human error. Using technological advances to address the human factor on the roads is imperative. The ministry is committed to encouraging and promoting technological initiatives that will reduce casualties, with the move to autonomous vehicles being at the forefront. I'm happy to announce that very soon, the draft legislation of trialing of autonomous vehicles in Israel will be debated in Congress, in Knesset, our Knesset, and hope that it will be approved quickly. This is another significant step towards autonomous transport that will open the gate to a new and advanced world of transportation. A world in which we all hope the number of road traffic accidents will drop significantly and congestion will no longer be such an acute problem for everyone in our lives. Many people, particularly in the private sector, have the tendency to see government ministries as a bureaucratic obstacle that holds up development and innovation. I must admit that that is the case sometimes. I promise that we at the Ministry of Transportation are committed to do all we can to reduce obstacles and streamline regulatory demands, to be a bridge between government and the industry, and to promote smarter and better transportation for us all. I would like to thank the Smart Mobility Initiative for promoting the field of smart mobility in Israel and for organizing this summit today. As we speak, the Smart Mobility Initiative is starting on a new path and is officially joining us at the Ministry of Transportation. There's a long way ahead, but we have no doubt that together with the knowledge and experience that the Smart Mobility Initiative has accumulated and the infrastructure and access that the Ministry of Transportation provides, we will move ahead with full force with the resources it requires. I would like to thank all of you who are participating in the summit today, particularly those who came and made the journey to join us here. Enjoy the second day of the summit, and good luck to us all while we create a world of smarter, safer mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Frank. Automotive giant Skoda is one of the most popular European brands in Israel today, bolstering the Israeli police and army as well as the civilian population. It is our special delight to welcome Mr. Martin Yan, board member at Skoda Auto, to discuss the special relationship between the countries and how automakers identify future trends to adapt mobility solutions to changing realities.
Ladies and gentlemen, Shalom. When I received the invitation to this year's Smart Mobility Summit, I started to think about how to begin my keynote speech. The idea came almost immediately. I need to mention the special relationship between our two countries, which has been historically on a very good level. I am also very happy that Škoda Auto, as a Czech brand, has a special relationship with Israel. You can probably see generations of our cars helping your police, army, or government. Škoda Auto is the most popular European brand in Israel and in total on the 4th place. Our sales last year were influenced by pandemic, but it looks like this year we will return closer to 2019 figures. And this is not the only connection we have with your country. Because of the creativity, the love of experimentation, and unconventional approaches which are so typical for people and businesses in Israel, we have decided in 2017, together with our importer Champion Motors, to establish a branch to the Prague DigiLab. During last 4 years, we have started multiple projects and cooperations, but I will come back to them later. Let us firstly take a look into the future. As the world is changing faster and faster, it's important to know future trends, because the world is and will be affected by trends that influence us culturally, socially, and individually. Whether it's high urbanization, mobility solutions, gender balance in leadership positions, or common efforts towards sustainability, no one shall be immune to these shifts. Not in the least, the automotive industry. And our success depends on how well we predict and manage these changes. This is still not enough to make plans, because we also need to know how our customers will change. Well, they are always connected and digitally savvy. Using environmentally friendly products isn't just a weekend's choice. It's their way of life. The expectation for a good user experience is high, and functionality is more important than the brand name. Of course, not only customer behavior is changing. There are also other disruptions expected to impact our business. Let's see how the value chain, for instance, could be impacted. Already today, it's visible how new players disrupt the value chain, and as you see here, in addition to traditional value streams, new value streams will play a big role in generating revenues in the future. And some of them are already big players now. Another example, customer not wanting to own a car for the sake of owning a car. This is not only some trend that will disappear. In the contrary. As you see here, it's predicted that until 2030, there is a real potential for revenue growth when it comes down to mobility and digital services, which will become 14% and 10% of our revenues. The ecosystem of the future is complex too. In this ecosystem, it's not important to have just an integrated digital network, but really an obligation to provide users with a seamless experience. And this is the digital paradox. Customers want to shop online, but still expect a personalized service. The difference between volume and premium brands will decrease due to good customer experience. And adding human touch, from my perspective, will make the journey more enjoyable and unique for our customers. And similarly, when we talk of business models, and more importantly about platform business models, their growing importance cannot be ignored. And why, would you ask? Amazon knows the best. Its platform's business value is currently 5 times its retail business value. And now we are coming to innovation and sustainability, which I mentioned before. These two trends are probably the most influential, not only for the automotive business. Innovation is crucial. As you see here, revenues from ICEs will actually slightly decrease over time, while sizable resources of the revenues will come from digital and mobility services. We also need to innovate because we need to be more sustainable and create opportunities by developing and distributing cleaner and greener energy. Our customers are already aware and willing to switch to EVs, not mentioning the constant need to decrease CO2 levels from European authorities. And similarly, we also have responsibilities towards slowing down the global warming by using green energy. Volkswagen Group was between first automotive producers which already a few years back started to implement measures for CO2 decrease. Our group commitment is to become leaders in BEV, reach zero emissions by 2050, be involved in the production of green energy as well as make green energy available for charging. During last months, plans of Volkswagen Group to build gigafactories were often mentioned in the media. In order to meet the increasing demand for battery cells, 6 gigafactories with a total production capacity of 240 gigawatt hours will be up and running in Europe in partnership with other models by 2030 to secure the battery supply. Just to support with numbers everything I said, Volkswagen Group has committed 73 billion euros of investment until 2025, which we believe is future-proof and secures us in the medium to long term. The biggest part of our investment would go into electromobility and digitalization, which means that we are taking all the trends very seriously. And let's see how Škoda strategy looks like as part of Volkswagen Group and the group commitment the next level into 2030. The Škoda strategy has 3 main strategic pillars: expand, explore, and engage. You can see here our objectives regarding the CO2 reduction by 50% or launch of at least 3 new electric models. We also want to become stronger in India, Russia, and North Africa. Due to our technical competency and expertise, we received the mandate from Volkswagen Group to develop the A0 MQB global platform, not only for Škoda, but also for other brands in the group. The platform is already helping us to develop our SUV called Kushaq and Volkswagen Taygun in India, both launched this summer. Next plans are to use this platform for cars in Brazilian, Russian, and most probably markets in North Africa. So the future small cars in the Volkswagen Group will have a green Škoda heart. The Engage pillar is connected to sales and marketing activities and the customer journey. It's because we want to engage not only in current customers, but also new ones. And this starts with a shift in our business model to enrich current transactional-based activities with the customer lifetime value. We know that the engagement with the customer does not end with the sale, but it starts much earlier and lasts much longer. That's why we call it the customer journey. Let's take a look at the overall journey of a prospective customer of our first full electric SUV, Škoda Enyaq iV. By the way, which is already sold out in the current months and weeks. Enyaq will be soon launched in your country, and I'm very happy that I can show you examples of useful applications and tools which we have developed for our customers. Let's start from the beginning with the awareness phase. On the digital front, we developed a number of innovation touchpoints to engage the customers outside of traditional media. For example, we use 3D digital banner and a Google Lens to drive traffic to the Web AR configurator. Web AR allows the user to explore the Enyaq in detail with the possibility to configure it as per individual requirements. And next, for those who are already considering and actively looking for information on the Enyaq, we have Facebook 3D Visualizer, for instance. This drives traffic from Facebook to the local car configurator. It starts with a vertical teasing video, linking users to the 3D configurator and taking them through color, interior, and wheel options. But customers these days, and that is certainly the same in Israel, they have mainly questions, especially when evaluating all available options in the market. So we have built an entire 360-degree campaign around the e-mobility topic, which we call e-mobility hub. Based on data we have gathered over many months, we were able to leave no question unanswered that many prospective buyers usually have. We have developed a set of comprehensive tools for some very important touch points. I will show you at least one of them. The range calculator is probably answering the most important questions. It shows how long an Enyaq iV with a fully charged battery can drive. As we want to be transparent and not show only the range with ideal conditions, it's possible to see how weather, type of driving, or occupancy influences the final range. Moving to the usage part of the customer journey, we would like to make the life of the customer as easy as can be. Starting with My Škoda app, which is a gateway to useful features and services such as scheduling service, appointments, route planner, driving statistics, remote locking or locating the car, and many other practical information regarding your car. Another interesting service in a pilot phase, which we have introduced a few weeks ago, is the Car Access. It allows in-car delivery of packages without customers' presence. In the Czech Republic, we use it for Škoda eShop. We have also partnered with the biggest delivery companies and online shops. And now I am coming back to the child of our successful cooperation with Champion Motors, because Škoda is taking the need for innovation very seriously. And that is why we have Škoda Auto DigiLab, whose purpose is to explore, create, and offer new mobility services that bring new customers to the Škoda brand. And here is one example. One of existing projects is the virtual showroom. DigiLab has helped us establish it, which came handy during lockdowns. Let's have a look. And while watching the virtual tour, I can tell you that our cooperation with DigiLab in Israel is working very well, and here are some examples of innovation projects we are working on. We started already in 2018 with our investment into the Anagog company and its AI-driven solution, which creates better mobility pattern. Integrated into our app CityMove, with more than 190,000 downloads, we are able to better understand our customers and to offer them tailor-made solutions as a result. Also, the company WaterGen caught our attention. Their capability to create safe drinking water out of air, thanks to their revolutionary technology, is exactly a simply clever solution. It is integrated within the car, leveraging the existing heat exchanger and generating water from the air. It could be the solution for countries where water scarcity is the main problem. The people will be able to get the drinking water directly from the car. Elusive is a progressive cybersecurity solution that upgrades the standard strategy, defend the network to new level, disarm the attacker. Škoda Auto is always putting safety first, not only in our cars, but also in our systems. And the Tech C is a visual contactless communication tool empowered by artificial intelligence and augmented reality. In this way, we could help and support our customers remotely, safely, but with maximum effectiveness. But even more than that, to share knowledge among colleagues in our company or learn something new. So you can see from these projects, we are looking for innovative solutions which would bring real value to our customers and, of course, generate future revenues for the company. And we are open to cooperate even more, so feel free to get in touch with our colleagues in DigiLab. From all our activities that I have shown to you, you see that we really care about the customer and still have the human touch DNA in our blood. I can't stress this point enough. Being digital does not stray us from the core of our brand, which is to be and stay human. Which brings us to our brand vision. Our vision is to help the world live smarter. And Stay Human will be guiding us in bringing our vision to life. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings me to the end of my keynote speech. Thank you for listening, and I hope that it gave you an idea about our future, a future that we can all shape and be shaped by. Thank you and enjoy the event.
Thank you very much. From everything we've learned so far, we realize that the way federal and government agencies, and most importantly, states, policies and regulations can have an important impact on moving forward. Therefore, it is our great privilege to hear from Governor of Arkansas, Mr. Asa Hutchinson.
Thank you. It is great to be with you today. This is my fourth trip to Israel, my second as governor, but this is my first Mobility Summit, and I am grateful to Prime Minister Bennett for hosting this summit and for keeping Israel in the forefront of innovation and for shaping the future of mobility. I have served in my public career in a variety of positions, from the United States Congress to Undersecretary at the Department of Homeland Security after the 9/11 attack, and now in my current position as governor of the state of Arkansas. In all of those positions, I am grateful for the U.S.-Israel partnership. And I'm grateful for Israel and the critical role it plays in the pursuit of freedom and security. And now let me move to the topic I have for this Mobility Summit. But let me first go back into the past for a bit, for a moment before we delve into the future. Before my public service, I was a lawyer trying to make a difference in Bentonville, Arkansas. As a young lawyer in Bentonville, I got to know a gentleman who had a new vision for retailing. He wanted to bring the lowest prices in consumer goods to everyone in America. His name was Sam Walton. And what he started in a small town in my home state of Arkansas has grown into the largest retail and logistics company in the world, Walmart. Mr. Sam, as we called him, understood that mastering the movement of goods from the warehouse to the store with the latest technology is essential to bringing the customer what he or she wants with the lowest price. Now fast forward 50 years and Walmart meets Gatik. Gatik is a startup Silicon Valley technology company using autonomous vehicles to deliver goods with its fleet of light to medium duty trucks. Gatik focuses on the middle mile in the delivery of goods. Walmart and Gatik wanted to partner together to use autonomous vehicles, but there was a big problem. Arkansas law did not allow driverless delivery systems. So what is the solution? We changed the law. In 2019, I signed a law that allowed testing of driverless vehicles in a controlled, regulated environment. This legislation allows any company to pilot autonomous vehicles with the approval and oversight of our Department of Transportation. So the pilot was created, it was tested, and proved successful. In fact, after Gatik documented 18 months of successful operation, Gatik received the first ever approval for fully autonomous operation in the States. That means no safety driver aboard the vehicle. Now, the Walmart-Gatik partnership is ready to become operational. Today, I'm honored to confirm that Walmart, in partnership with Gatik, is now the world's first fully driverless delivery service. It is operating daily in Bentonville, and the delivery box truck does its business without a safety driver aboard the vehicle. It is a 7-mile loop each day for 12 hours. In fact, Gatik's autonomous box trucks have been moving merchandise between a Walmart fulfillment center and a neighborhood market in Bentonville since August of last year, and without a safety driver since August of this year. The complex urban route requires the vehicles to safely navigate intersections, traffic lights, and to merge onto a dense urban road at speeds up to 45 miles per hour. Again, this is the first time that fully autonomous operations has ever been achieved in the middle mile in the autonomous trucking space worldwide, moving goods from the fulfillment centers to a pickup location such as a retail store. Let me state one important fact, and that is these are revenue-generating operational runs that they are now doing on public roads. This is a global first for Gatik and Walmart, and yes, it is a global first for the state of Arkansas. The partners have unlocked the advantages of autonomous delivery for Walmart's customers. As with most innovation, this has been a long time coming, but it couldn't have come at a better time as the United States faces critical disruption in the delivery of goods just as much as the rest of the globe. And so what have I learned, or what have we learned from this innovation? First of all, as we know, autonomous vehicles are a part of our future. And the use of driverless vehicles will increase in that future each year as the public gains understanding and confidence. Safety, and that's a second point, safety is paramount, and we must convince the public that robust safety standards are in place. Third, in the near future, I expect the use of autonomous vehicles to be limited in scope. This is because of regulatory oversight and the need for greater consumer education. But during this transitional phase, I expect the use of autonomous vehicles to be for specific defined routes with middle-sized delivery vehicles versus the long-haul, over-the-road semi-trailer vehicles. But eventually this will change. In the future, I expect special lanes on the interstate highways for autonomous delivery vehicles, but this will take time, and we need to assure safety first. In order to get to that future, we need innovative and forward-thinking leadership to move out of the regulatory framework that we currently have and beyond the current limitations. This is called political will, education, and a recognition that if we do not adapt, then we will lose to those that are stronger in innovation and that embrace change more quickly than we do. Now let me talk more broadly about the future opportunities with smart mobility and the state of Arkansas. First of all, Arkansas is in an excellent location for the manufacture of the next generation of electric vehicles. We are geographically in the center of the United States with easy access to the bulk of the U.S. market. We have automotive steel that's produced in abundance, and in fact, we have one county in northeast Arkansas that is the second leading producer of steel in the nation. I expect that will soon be number one, since U.S. Steel has a growing presence in my state. We also have a workforce experience in manufacturing. In fact, we're number 6 in the United States for state's percentage of workers that are experienced in manufacturing. I should also report to you another pilot initiative involving the production of lithium. Standard Lithium of Canada is currently working to develop 180,000 acres in South Arkansas for lithium production. While this is still a pilot phase, I would encourage you to keep an eye on the potential for electric vehicle battery production and see how that develops. I mentioned Walmart's innovation in autonomous delivery systems. Well, there is more when it comes to smart mobility. Walmart recently announced a pilot with Zipline International to launch drone deliveries in northwest Arkansas. Zipline is headquarters in South San Francisco and focuses on delivery of medical supplies and products. It has delivered more than 200,000 critical medical products, primarily in Rwanda, since its inception in 2016. Zipline will deliver by drone from a Walmart store in northwest Arkansas and deliver on-demand purchases within an hour and will serve a 50-mile radius equivalent to the size of Connecticut. Finally, let me talk in terms of Arkansas of providing the human capital necessary for smart mobility in our future. In 2015, I signed a law in Arkansas that mandated that computer science be taught in every high school in our state. At that time, we had 1,100 students taking computer science. Because of that law change, that has grown from 1,100 students to over 10,000 students last year taking computer science. This last year, it grew another 20%, and we have 12,500 students. We started out with 20 certified teachers in computer science. Now we have close to 600 certified teachers in computer science, and we passed a law requiring computer science as a core credit for graduation from high school. This pipeline of talent makes Arkansas a great place for any company centered in software development, cybersecurity, or data analytics. Let me conclude by saying the French poet Victor Hugo said, "There is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come." Well, for today, smart mobility is not just about ideas and the future, but smart mobility is about building the future together with shared ideas and values of helping mankind achieve dreams and improving the quality of life for all. In a world with many, many challenges, this conference will find solutions for a better future. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. The United States Federal Transit Administration oversees the American public transportation system, from buses to all forms of railroads, trams, and people movers, to talk about how public transport is being reconsidered and rethought to address the challenges of the future. I am pleased to welcome the Associate Administrator for Research, Innovation, and Demonstration at the Federal Transit Administration, FTA, Ms. Karina Rick.
Thank you so much for the welcome. On behalf of the U.S. Department of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and the Federal Transit Administration Administrator Nuria Fernandez, thank you for this opportunity to share some thoughts about the United States smart mobility activities. I want to especially express the United States' appreciation to the Office of the Prime Minister of Israel for the kind invitation to speak at this event. It's great to be here with so many change agents and international leaders. Transit and public mobility is at the center of today's most urgent concerns. Global climate change, racial justice, and economic growth and recovery all depend on it. For the past 2 decades, I've had the great opportunity to lead transportation and infrastructure design operation in 2 different US cities, and I've advised numerous others. I've had the opportunity to cultivate and grow the ecosystem of mobility innovation, collaborating with autonomous vehicle developers, deploying adaptive traffic signals using edge computing systems. I've implemented predictive analytics to improve safety and launched an integrated mobility as a service, or MaaS, ecosystem with an associated guaranteed basic mobility demonstration. These have been life-changing in the communities that I've worked at, and they've had great impacts on the global economy. Today, I have the honor to use that experience to lead research, innovation, and demonstration of smart mobility solutions for the Federal Transit Administration in the US, and the opportunity to collaborate in forums like this to continue to drive innovation and service to our fundamental values and strategic goals. The United States Department of Transportation envisions the future of transportation as one where traffic-related deaths are a thing of the past, and where the operators, passengers, and maintenance workers of our systems are safe and secure in every transit system in the US and globally, where every American, regardless of race or income, has the opportunity to access the goods, jobs, services essential to maintain and improve the well-being of themselves and their households. This is recognized by the United Nations as a fundamental human right. It's a future where clean, renewable energy propels public transit and all other modes of the transportation sector, and where the integrated and optimized mobility network underpins a strong and modern economy, an industry that continues to grow and thrive, and a workforce that can respond to it. And where infrastructure investments made today really lean into the future and provide the resiliency and utility that generations to come are going to need. The Federal Transit Administration has a long history of fostering innovative mobility. We've done this by convening and leveraging broad coalitions of partners such as this from the public, private, academic, and nonprofit sectors. And we've worked with them to define the urgent challenges of today and collaborate on novel approaches to overcome them. We've incubated platforms, products, and services to improve transit equity and make travel safe, easy, efficient, and even joyful, which is something we should all strive for. We've invested in and evaluated real-world demonstrations, and we've disseminated that information on promising practices for the broad-based adoption across the country. We've collaborated internationally, and we've pushed the envelope where we can. And we provide technical assistance and support centers of excellence to develop the workforce we need both today and tomorrow. Our research and innovation efforts have led to transformational change in the transit industry. More than a decade ago, we partnered with industry and academia to develop cleaner transit vehicles. Today, we're leading the world in a robust low and no emission bus industry that continues to grow and evolve. Over the next decade, we'll invest hundreds of millions of dollars to help transit providers transition to a zero emission fleet in the future that will provide climate-friendly mobility to residents of large urban metros and rural economic centers across our country. 5 years ago, we began our Mobility on Demand Sandbox program to help transit agencies innovate and expand access to rides for their communities through new partnerships and operational models. Today, cities, transit authorities, and regions have taken on new roles as mobility managers, and they continue to expand the reach of conventional bus and rail-based mass transit, incorporating first and last mile on-demand connections with bike share, scooter share, shared rides, and we embrace whatever innovations are yet to come to expand that access for everyone. This multimodal evolution of transit necessitated even further investments in integrated mobility, which catalyzed advancements in contactless payment, multimodal trip planning, and new mobile platforms. We're really working to develop a system of systems where these different modes work together as one unit. We're working with cities, towns, and rural transit providers to demonstrate forward-thinking approaches to transit financing, planning, and system design and services that promote accessibility for all users. It includes an equitable equivalent of services for all travelers. Now we're leveraging advanced technologies such as automated driving systems, high definition detection, and machine learning to improve safety and operation both on the road and in the maintenance yard. We're applying artificial intelligence to expanded data sets to understand how travel patterns have changed during the global pandemic. And we'll use this information to inform our nimble and responsive system planning across our country. Our strategic transit automation research plan provides a roadmap for research to develop safe and effective transit automation, to demonstrate market-ready technologies in real-world settings, identify and resolve barriers to this deployment of automated technology, and transfer this knowledge to the transit stakeholder community. But for all we've done, we acknowledge where we've fallen short in the work that's still yet to do. There are many challenges that lie ahead. Although public transit is the most inclusive and egalitarian mode of travel, it doesn't reach all places at all times for all trip needs. We know that we need to continue to innovate in this arena. Micromobility, microtransit, and rideshare has demonstrated great progress to augment the system, but it hasn't reached everyone and it hasn't served all abilities. As entrepreneurs, innovators, and investors, I urge you to continue to push to make these services not only for the affluent and the able-bodied, but to use universal design principles to evolve these form factors so that we can safely serve older adults, caregivers with children, persons with disabilities, and others who also need that mobility flexibility that they offer. As policymakers and partners, we need to explore, support, and pursue needs-based pricing models that can afford affordability for all. We need to remember that the customer experience of concern is not just that of the digital natives, but also of the digital learners, our older adults, those with different learning abilities. If we're really going to deliver inclusive mobility, it has to have a platform and service arrangements that are legible to and navigable by travelers of different ages, experiences, and limitations. While ever more robust data sets provide better data analytics and give us more and more information to work from, we do need to protect personal privacy. Increasingly, data is the dividend of mobility innovation, but it also has a steep cost. Strong data governance structures must accompany digital innovations to protect the public and personal information of our people. The Internet of Things will continue to expand offerings to promise to synchronize the system of systems that is the city. V2X networks can dramatically improve transit operations. They can enhance public safety. They can optimize curb space for the greatest efficiency. And all of this is great, but it can also introduce new risks and vulnerabilities from cyber attacks and crippling system failures. This is the work that we really need your collaboration to solve. Let me end near where I began. Smart mobility is not about technology or data networks. It isn't about new services or new service models. The future of transportation isn't always flashy and new. Sometimes it's tried and true. Smart mobility is not smart unless it's centered around people and the human experience. It's not smart unless it's solving the essential problems that really need solving. Smart mobility is smart when it addresses rather than exacerbates historic inequities, when both the design and the designers reflect the diversity of users who need to use these services. Smart mobility requires measures, metrics, and monitoring so that we can continuously learn and evolve. Smart mobility is also tenacious. We know that that progress means falling down 7 times and getting up 8. It means continually trying, continually striving. It's evolving and iterative, and each innovation improves upon the last. Forums like this are critically important, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share with you the vision and values that drive the future of transportation in the US. I look forward to following the conversations that you're going to have here and engaging and collaborating with you across sectors and borders on solutions that address our shared and urgent challenges. I wish you luck in this gathering, and I look forward to future collaborations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Revolutions cannot take place without innovation, but innovation, on the other hand, does not take place in a vacuum. It is born under certain conditions and situations, and the process of growing to scale or going global poses challenges to any innovator. Here to give us a peek into some of the leading Israeli companies and how they face these challenges is someone who is at the forefront of our local industry. Please welcome Mr. Dror Bin, CEO of the Israel Innovation Authority.
Hello everyone. Great to be here and share with you a little bit about how we believe in the Israeli Innovation Authority. Israeli high-tech companies can scale globally while solving local problems. And this is especially true to the transportation area. So let's see if this one works. No, maybe like this, yes. Okay, so first of all, Israeli high-tech is at all-time peak. Amazing numbers in the first half of 2021. Just to share with you a few numbers, private investments of about $20 billion in the first half in Israeli high-tech companies. Public companies which are traded in Wall Street reached an aggregated market cap of almost $300 billion. 68 unicorns and still counting. Like every day you see a new article about a new unicorn born in Israel. And export reached almost 45% of the Israeli export last year, reaching $50 billion. So great numbers, and we are very happy. But obviously, this is also changing the face of the industry and the high-tech in Israel, and also posing some new challenges, which I want to share with you. I guess that these challenges are those that the industry, together with the government, should deal with in order to make sure that Israeli high-tech continues to grow and prosper and bring a lot of good things to the Israeli economy. So the first challenge that we face, and I believe this is something everyone in the audience will agree with, is to solve the severe human capital shortage. Well, you saw in the previous slide that we have many unicorns, we have many new public companies, all of them raised a lot of funds, all of them are trying to grow very fast, and the first thing that they need is a lot of human capital, and this is in shortage today in Israel, and it's our job to make sure that there is enough human capital to sustain this growth. The second challenge is governmental policies to enable the pyramid shift. And what do I mean by that? The Israeli high-tech, for a few decades already, is like a pyramid of many small companies and startups at the base. At the top, you get only a handful of large Israeli corporates which are competing globally, and the headquarters is in Israel. But this is changing, and we are in a defining moment in which the Israeli high-tech is really changing. Because of all the funds that were raised in the last 18 months, we have today in the country many tens of companies, entrepreneurs, investors who have the patience and they want to grow the companies to become large corporates managed from Israel, and this is really a change of phase. And our job in the government is to make sure that we create the right business environment to allow these companies really to grow and establish themselves in Israel and stay in Israel. The next challenge is how to keep the Israeli high-tech diversifying, despite the fact that we see in the last years a trend of declining in number of new startups which are opened in the country, from a peak of around 1,400 a few years ago to around 500 in 2020. So the number of new startups is declining. However, the important thing from our perspective is to make sure that Israeli startups remain in the forefront of disrupting new markets, to make sure that we are, at the forefront globally. The last challenge, which is very significant, I think, for this convention, is how to turn Israel into a better nation. Well, many Israeli companies develop here in the country great technologies, great solutions, great products, but when they come to implement these solutions, they skip Israel. And they skip Israel from various reasons, whether because it's a very tiny market, sometimes because of very complicated regulation, sometimes because they cannot find a pilot site to test their technology. And this is, for me, a great loss because I believe there is a win-win here. If we get the Israeli companies to really implement their technology here, they get a place to really fine-tune their offering and improve their offering before they go global. And for the entire economy, this is a way to leverage all the solutions which are, the innovative solutions which are developed in Israel. And this is something that we in the Israeli Innovation Authority are going to put a lot of focus in the next coming years to make sure that the entire economy is enjoying the great innovation that is coming out of Israel. And this is specifically true in transportation, right? We all feel on a daily basis the challenges of transportation in Israel, and great technologies are being developed here, but not all of them are implemented here. And the big question is, how do we make it happen? So let's zoom into the transportation tech domain. A lot of activity here. No, it doesn't work. Okay, now it works. So we have an ecosystem of many hundreds of companies which are developing various types of solutions in this transportation tech domain. When we try to see what are the main things that are coming out of Israel, so solutions which transform transportation to be greener. We see a lot of work on how to enhance public transportation, how to encourage people to use public transportation. Obviously, a major trend is how to go driverless, autonomous. All of that is happening here in Israeli high-tech, and many more things, but a lot of activity, a lot of entrepreneurs, companies, investors, and so forth. When we look upon the local challenges in terms of transportation, we see that actually our country is suffering from the same problems. Traffic congestion, all of us are spending many hours every day stuck in traffic jam. Emissions, we also saw the great activity of the government in the last few weeks about tackling climate change crisis. So how to reduce the emissions from transportation. Efficiency, when people and deliveries and trucks are spending so much time on roads, it also affects negatively the efficiency of the overall economy. So the challenges of the local challenges of Israel are very similar to those that we see globally. And we want, as I said before, that Israeli companies that are developing transportation technology here will implement also in Israel. And this is where we come into play in various ways. The obvious one is that we invest capital in development projects. Just to give you a notion, in 2020, the Innovation Authority spent or invested $45 million in companies that are developing transportation technologies and solutions, around 200 development projects. We invest, and this is maybe less familiar, invest a lot in also in data and research. For example, the Smart Mobility Association, which is funded by the Innovation Authority, which is building a database of traffic information which is accessible to industry participants to develop their solutions on top of this database. Research, we have a consortium research that is doing a lot of work around autonomous driving. So in various ways we are supporting the activities of this ecosystem. But the last one, which is maybe the less visible but is very important, is also working with our colleagues in the government, like the Ministry of Transportation, on how to flex the regulation in Israel to allow pilot sites in the country. And I would like to give you an example of a very successful initiative, which is the National Drone Delivery Network, which is basically a sandbox that the Innovation Authority built together with the Ministry of Transportation, with the Civil Aviation Authority, with Netivei Ayalon, to create a sandbox in which high-tech companies can test their solutions. And this is the benefit for the industry, but the benefit for the country, is that once this initiative goes commercial, it will reduce the number of trucks on the roads, it will reduce emissions, it will improve the efficiency of deliveries, and so forth. I would like to share with you 30 seconds clip about this initiative, and by that I will conclude my session. לא שומעים. Okay, since there is no voice, I will just explain. So at the area of Hadera, we have built this sandbox in which companies can do deliveries of food, of medicines, etc., etc. And the point is that the companies can enhance and fine-tune their offering before they go global. They win and the economy wins. And our aim in the Innovation Authority is to turn Israel to become the transportation better nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and now let's dive deeper into the issue of how Israeli innovators have faced global challenges. In this next panel, our moderator is Ms. Shomrat Shul, Senior Director of Business Development at the Israeli Innovation Authority, and she will be talking to Mr. Omer Kilaf, CEO and co-founder at Innovitz Technologies, Mr. Chagai Zis, CEO at Autotalks, and Mr. Ronen Smoli, CEO at Arcus Cyber.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so glad to have this great team with me today. Some of them we already meet and know from the Israeli Innovation Authority, but I'm very proud to introduce the three of those stars. Please introduce yourself and the company as well.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oren Buskira. I'm a co-founder and the Chief R&D Officer at Innovitz Technologies. Innovitz develops a LiDAR, a high-performance sensor, laser-based sensors for autonomous cars, with the purpose of enabling autonomous driving on public roads starting next year. The company started roughly 6 years ago. Since then, grew to over 400 employees, raised over $600 million. We've partnered with major companies such as BMW and Magna and Samsung. And we are now close to launching the first product to the market, to public roads, with BMW And we have the next product, the Innoviz 2, also coming up very soon.
Thank you. Chagai?
So, hi, pleasure to be here. My name is Chagai. I'm the CEO of Autotalks. Autotalks name speaks for itself. Cars talking. The vision is simple. You harness communication in order to improve safety on roads. You interact between vehicles, two-wheelers, smart mobility, micro-mobility infrastructure. And by allowing all users of the road to communicate, we can eliminate all accident types, especially non-line of sight accidents, which predominantly today are the largest factor in accidents, because when we are surprised, then there is no room to prevent the accidents. And even latest tragedies result in involvement of two-wheelers, which is now between 30 and 50% of fatalities in Israel and globally is two-wheelers, people who are outside the car. So the vision eventually is to allow all users of the road to exchange information and warn each other about potential accidents that are about to happen within the next few seconds or even 5 or 10 seconds. And it complements other sensors in the car like LiDARs, cameras, and radars, and help to create an environment where everyone can seamlessly communicate even without a network. So eventually these are the talking cars of the future. Autotalks has been around for almost 12 years, so it's quite a long journey, and we'll probably discuss it further. But
How many employees do
so
you
we
have?
are around 100 employees, raised around $150 million, and we have like multiple projects already that are going to production in 23, 24 timeframe. So in the future, new cars, every car in the future, will have devices that will allow them to communicate with other cars and with other objects in the road. In the future, even smartwatches and smartphones will participate in this ecosystem. So that's Autotalks.
Thank you. Ronen?
And I'm Ronen Smoley. I'm the CEO of Argus Cybersecurity. As you can guess by the name of the company, we're here to protect the devices and the cars that other companies develop. The company was founded in 2014, 200 employees today, acquired by Continental, the German Continental, in 2017. We have offices around the world in Tokyo, Seoul, Germany, and Detroit. The company developed solutions to protect the cars from being hacked, intrusion detection system in the vehicle, as well as solutions outside the vehicle in the back-end, Vehicle Security Operations Center, vulnerability management, all with the mission to protect cars from being hacked. Today, we are engaged in over 20 production projects with the first cars on the road this year protected by Argus, already on the road. It's a big proud. I'm very proud to have cars outside in Ayalon protected by Argus, working with over 15 OEMs worldwide. And yeah, that's it. That's the quick introduction.
It's good enough. So everything sounds so promising, so good. But I guess so many people, the younger startups are watching us and want to know, were there any challenges when you were facing this, the growth stage, entering this phase? Can you describe some of them, the most hurtful ones?
Sure. I'll start. So Innoviz is now providing parts, components to automotive companies from the top tier of the world, and we needed to learn over time the hard way that there's a huge difference between developing a demonstrator or a prototype to developing a very complex hardware embedded product that needs to function on the road for 15 years reliably, and that people can trust their lives with it. And you also need to be able to produce this LiDAR in very high volume at a very aggressive price, because this is how the auto industry works, very low margins. So this is knowledge that simply did not exist in Israel. The knowledge of design for mass volume, complex hardware for the auto industry. And this is something that we needed to build over time. So first there was just the technical know-how of how to develop an electro-optical system that can work in automotive conditions, which are very, very difficult. And we also had the challenge of being able to work in the quality standards expected, required by our customers, such as BMW. And this is something that probably every high-tech company, Israeli tech company that meets a car company needs to learn at some point. And this is something that in some ways is contrary to the Israeli culture. Okay, so we are very used to, in Israel, to moving fast, to experimenting, to improvising, to not having final and very thorough plans. And this is something that needs to be learned by companies like us that target mass production, the mass market in the auto industry. We've done that first by working with a lot of suppliers and consultants globally, and then by working with our customers. We've developed this culture, these processes, so now we stand in the same line with the top companies in the world in our field.
Ronen, your company dealing with cybersecurity, it sounds untangible, something, it's not like the box that we have here with all the sensor. Are you facing challenges? Did you face any?
Yes, so I can say that a company, especially software company in the automotive industry, during its startup phase is a completely different company than the company that delivers to manufacturing. Software that is going to be deployed in a running car that drive people. When it comes to cybersecurity, our mission is to detect attacks and stop them. And one of the key challenges is avoiding false positive. False positive is when something happens and you're not sure if it's real attack or not and you're stopping it. What could happen is that you actually stop a car or are doing some harm. So the standards are very high. When you develop a software, there are certain criteria and ISOs that you need to comply with, which when you develop the software in the beginning, you don't take into account. As Oren said, you just run forward, you engage with the customers, you try to get market recognition as quickly as possible, but then when you're engaged in production project, it's a completely different story. You need everything to be thought of from the beginning, well done. If a customer is asking for for a change, you cannot jump and say, yes, I'll do it for you tomorrow, because it doesn't work like that. And all the processes of testing and QAing requires, even from personnel standpoint, different skill set at the company. So the company evolves over time to be able to become mature and deliver to the automotive industry and grown-up software. Now, the paradigm is that initially you're trying to run fast and develop quick things real quickly. Then you become mature and develop to production, but then you need to scale up and change again in order to be innovative and keep up with the pace of the development. So all the time you need to be ready for the next step, for the next evolution of the company.
Guy, you need the boxes to talk to each other. So what's so complex about this?
Yeah, first it's a very long journey. I will add two things maybe to what Ronen and Oren said. We have to have a split personality. It's like Mr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's the same company has to have two kind of different and very distinct personalities. One is to run fast and be ahead of the rest, right? We eventually, in this ecosystem, if you are not better, nobody wants to work with small companies just because, you know, you have something interesting. They want to work with you because you have something much better or greater than all your competition. And sometimes the competition is other small companies, and sometimes it's corporates. In our case, we fight giants in our market. It's a market that is dominated by not small companies, but also big companies. And for that, you need to be innovative and much better than the rest. And the other personality is quality and persistence and stamina, right? They need to see you there for the longer term. You know, we interacted with this market maybe well before other companies in this great ecosystem that we have today, and they need to understand that you are there for another 10 years. Like people always tell us, who's going to pick the phone in 10 years when we have a failure? Who's going to talk to us? Who's going to support us? And for that is the other personality of long-term, you know, vision, quality, and persistence to be there for them. And yes, it's a different company, right? You have quality in one side, moving slow with high quality, and on the other side you have to have fast-moving, innovative mindset, because otherwise you become less relevant when others do that. So it's two personalities in the same company.
What about those, that terrible word called regulation? How does this affect this phase of growing, Chagai?
Yeah. So in our case, things have changed over time. So we now have, in our case, the V2X function introduced into NCAP. NCAP is, for people who are not familiar with the term, New Car Assessment Program. It's the assessment program that introduced in the history every technology in a vehicle. These are airbags and seat belts, front and back, even cameras. Every type of safety technology was introduced through this regulation. This regulation provides you safety score. It's the 5-star rating that everyone wants to have when he buys a new car. Why? Because when we put ourselves and our families and kids inside, we want to have a safe vehicle. So V2X is going to be introduced into NCAP in 2025, and that is an accelerating function in our industry, at least. When something gets into NCAP, it guarantees in some ways that it will eventually reach every vehicle over time because people buy safe cars. That's one thing. And in our industry, it's a bit more difficult, or may I say it's even a tougher challenge because you have to build an ecosystem. It's not only us. We have to talk to our competitors. So there's an interoperability, right? You have to talk to Qualcomm or to NXP or to others that are semi-companies that are providing their chipsets in this ecosystem, and there's never going to be a single supplier in our industry. So the ecosystem has to agree on what's the protocol, vocabulary, what are we exchanging exactly? Are we exchanging perceptions that a LiDAR perceived or a camera perceived? How we are protecting the information that we are exchanging?
Exactly. What about privacy issues? I mean,
so there
all
is a
of you are
privacy.
dealing with privacy issues.
So there is a cybersecurity element, okay? And there is a privacy element. The privacy element is that we never know each other, which means I have to trust you, but I never met you, and I don't know which car you are driving, and I don't know your license plate. But all that matters is that we are not going to hit each other. And whether you are on a bike or in a car, the identity doesn't matter, but we are willing to sacrifice, or shall I say, even to contribute. It's not privacy because our privacy is protected. So we contribute information so we don't hit each other. And that should be strictly kept, at least in our industry.
Oren? Regulation, regulation, regulation.
Yeah, so we're affected in one direct way and several indirect ways. So one indirect way in which we're affected is that for autonomous cars to actually reach the streets, the regulation needs to allow it. And of course, our market depends on that. If autonomous cars are not allowed to go on the street, then our sales get delayed. So we have the interest that governments globally will move forward with approving further levels of autonomy on the road. So this is mainly a concern of our customers, and we're affected indirectly. Way in which we're affected directly is that all car companies need to comply with certain quality standards. So to ensure that the product meets its safety requirements, it's not enough just to test it. You have to prove that the entire development process was done according to the quality standards. And the OEM, the car company, obviously needs to make sure that all of its suppliers, the entire supply chain, also plays according to those standards, which are very different from what we, again, as Israeli companies usually need to comply with. And this is a long, long process that you need to first implement in the company. Then you need to prove to the customer that you actually comply. This can be a process that takes more than a year just to be able to be accepted as a potential supplier. And we've had to go through this several times.
Yeah, I think that on our side, we're actually very fortunate to have regulation because last year cybersecurity regulation has been approved. It's called UNEC R155, and it requires car manufacturers and their supplier, their tier ones, to deploy cybersecurity technology in the vehicle, as well as processes outside the vehicle to monitor all kinds of cybersecurity events. Of course, when it comes to cars, it is very challenging because you need to predict or you need to be ready to protect cars for 10 to 15 years. And this is what the regulation requires, 10 to 15 years. How can we predict what will be the type of attacks or what will be what the hackers will think in 10 to 15 years? what will be the landscape. Add to that, and this is something quite important, going back to the scaling from a startup to a grown-up company, when you develop technologies, you're going all the way through. You're coming with the best shot that you can, but when you deal with the OEMs, with the car manufacturers, they're looking for a cost-effective solution. So this is the point where you start to scale down and you're looking for a granular solution just to put your foot in the door and be able to be part of production project. When it comes to cybersecurity, due to the regulation, the car manufacturers are looking for the basic entry level to comply with the regulation. But of course, they're also concerned what will happen several years from now. How can they continue to protect? So the solutions that you deploy have to be scalable and upgradable. Otherwise, the recall could happen. And of course, a recall is €100, $100 per car, and that could be a huge expense.
So actually, I have a following question, and it's a general question, not only for the automotive industry. Regarding commercialization strategy, when is the right timing for a young company, a startup company, a company entering the growth phase? When is the right timing to start to think about commercialization strategy, really to deploy those people, to have those plans and everything? You are, I think, the most advanced, and your former job, you can tell us more about this. When is there a right point? Is it okay to think about it, to spend money on this? When?
Yeah, it's an excellent question. I think that at any point of time, a leader at a company has to be ready with a plan when he should, become very focused on the business and start delivering the numbers. Of course, in the first years of the company, as we said, we're expensing for the market to be aware, to penetrate the market. That's great. We're spending more than we're earning, and that's fine. But you need to have in mind what happens when you have the first project, the second project. How do you focus? When we're just starting, we're looking at 5, 7, 8 products. How do you understand what's the market potential? Where do you see the numbers? How do you price the people that you're going to send out there for the services, and so on and so forth? Definitely a multi-year plan is always required. You need to understand how you're going to recognize the revenue, how you're going to have bookings. That's, I'm sure that Chagai and Or can emphasize with that. You need to at least to have it in the back of your mind once you get started. When the shift is done from a startup to a company that starts delivering, what the business plan looks like. You need to be ready with that from the get started.
Chagai, I want to hear your answer
sure.
as well. And also in sight of the micro-mobility plans for the future.
Sure. So first, engage as fast as you can, right? The industry is very special in its kind of behavior. They are looking for new things, but they are also very detailed and they have a very, I would say, extreme engineering mindset. So when you come, you have to have something real. Otherwise, wait a bit and then show it. And then get feedbacks. We were lucky enough to engage early to get feedbacks and then tuned a lot the offering. And I also agree with Ronen, you have to eventually understand when you start to make money, profits, revenues. Lucky in this industry, you have a long-term perspective. Every contract usually is, ask a quote 2031 pricing. So every project starts from X year and lasts for at least 6, 7, 8 years. Eventually, if something is, I would say, in the infrastructure of the vehicle and it is essential, which all of us deal with that. So you have a long-term perspective on revenues. And yes, you need to understand how you eventually turn this into a business. Otherwise, every startup will get to a phase where it scales up, or people would expect to meet numbers, or you IPO the company, or you go public, or whatever you do. If you don't have a solid business model, then it ends. And you have to have a long-term mindset, especially in this industry.
Owen?
So, first of all, engagement with the customers and with the market is something that we did from day one, even before that. Before we actually raised the first money, we already met with potential customers in order to first characterize the product, but also get their feedback on what we were seeing as the future product and our plan towards reaching it. Our focus from the start was not on the long tail of applications for LiDAR. So there are many applications for LiDAR. Everything robotic will be, and only starting to have a LiDAR, from drones through small delivery robots that deliver pizza to your doorstep. There's so many applications for LiDARs, but we chose to focus on the massive but faraway market of the OEMs, of the car makers, which is a very long journey, as Chagai and Ronen here know, but there's a huge prize in the end. And those projects take almost 5 years from the moment that you're nominated or that you're evaluated until you actually get on the road, start of production. That's a very long time, and something that I also advise to companies attempting to target a similar market like us. You can't have the entire plan at the point where you're supposed to be nominated, because it's 5 years ahead.
So you have to be agile and all the time really, shift the plan and make sure you react.
Right. As Ronen said, the company that wins the design win is not the same company that needs to deliver in the end. So you need to be, on the one end, very rigorous in your plan, mainly to be able to show a plan that can meet the reality, that the OEM can trust, but you must assume that you need to adapt it going forward until production.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Owen brought a very good point. The cars that are getting on the road this year were designed in 2015, 2014. It's amazing. So many years have passed. We got awarded for the cars or for the deals that are getting on the road this year 4 years ago. So very long scale. However, I can tell you, I worked in the telecommunication industry and multimedia industry. The automotive industry is a completely different animal. And we need to understand the rhythm and how this industry is working. Oren referred to pre-development project. This is the door entry, the key entry to the project. And we as Israelis, we always say, if there is a POC, they should pay for it. They should put, bread on the game. They should, but it's not exactly how it works. And at automotive, you need to enter by working with the engineers, not only top down. We always running to the CTO and to the CEOs. Automotive industry is different, and this is where the challenges come for us to understand how it is working. And this is the key for startups, and to get the right consultants and understand what's the next step for them, and as we said, scale over time.
So I'm a magician, and I can give you a magic stick, but you can fulfill only one challenge like this, and this would be the end of our talk now. So what would be your challenge that you wish to tackle now and with the magic stick? All three of you. Ronen? Yeah.
So I would say global scale. I mean, if you'd ask me what my biggest challenge right now, and we refer to that in the opening words, is really being able to scale up with all the challenges in the employment, because I think that our technology is good, we're successful. Right now, the challenge that we need to overcome is
going global.
Yes.
Chagai?
So I think one big, if I use a magic stick, a big dream, I think we want to harness, I call communication, to make something very cost efficient to every object that's using road. In my army times, I was almost killed in a car accident when going up north because of a non-line of sight incident that I rolled into a ditch later on and found myself in a hospital, but I'm here. And I think that if we harness technologies from outside this domain into this domain, then we connect everything, and smartwatches, somebody runs at the side of the road, or two-wheelers or cars, and then eventually I see it like an Iron Dome, right? Like a protective shield that you cannot get close to somebody who's there. And that is eliminating those no-line of sight conditions. And it's a big journey because you require an ecosystem and penetration. So we would probably sit here in 10 years' time, and we would think how this is not happened before. And my analogy to always people is think about the world without cellular, and what would be today if we wouldn't have smartphones, some for the good, some for the bad, but it changed the world, right? We have internet and data in seconds in our pockets. And I think that when we harness connectivity to the world of autonomous in the future, and now cars, we can eventually eliminate accidents with all the rest of the sensors, right? It's not alone. But you can eliminate in a very cost-efficient manner every type of accident eventually. And I wish this would happen sooner than later.
Owen?
My wish would be to solve ramp-up first, the production ramp up of these things from thousands a year today to millions. This is a huge, huge challenge that we're investing a lot of resources, huge amounts of resources in it. And the second ramp up would be to be able to serve many customers in parallel, each a huge Goliath of a customer with its own specific requirements and needs. And these will be the two challenges of Innoviz in the coming years.
So now I have to go home and work on your wishes. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you very much. It seems after this panel that innovation takes place only in Israel. But we all know that Japan has long played a part in global innovation, so I am especially delighted to introduce our next speaker who will talk about innovation as a source of development, Mr. Nick Naoki Sugimoto, CEO of Honda Innovations. Hello, Nick.
Thank you, Hila. Happy to join you virtually from Honda Innovations headquarters in Silicon Valley. Honda Innovations is a unique Honda company. We are responsible for open innovation at Honda, driving collaboration externally with partners and internally through transformative intercompany initiatives. Honda Accelerator is our flagship program, central to our mission of driving change through partnerships. Honda Accelerator was designed for startups and technology and business innovators of all shapes and sizes. We maintain a global reach with satellite offices throughout North America, Europe, China, Japan, and right here in Israel. We've had a presence in Israel for over 5 years. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank our local partners, Drive and Our Crowd, for the continuous support and fruitful collaboration through engagement with Israeli innovation ecosystem. And a very warm and special thank you to the Israeli government and the organizers of the Prime Minister's Smart Mobility Conference 2021. I'm honored to be here and so happy the summit is back. What I'd like to share today is a peek at the future of mobility through Honda's lens. Recently, Mr. Toshihiro Mibe, Honda's new president and CEO, presented his vision toward 2050. In fact, Mr. Mibe visited Israel only a few months before he took the office. Let me share some of these 2050 targets with you today. Honda strives to be a company that society wants to exist. This is not our vision. It's a deep belief about our reason to exist in the first place. We believe we are responsible for applying our innovations in ways that empower people, making our communities and the world a better place. How can we answer a big question then? How can we be a company that society wants to exist? The environment and safety are our core value propositions and aspects Honda is well known for. They represent both the most grand and challenging scale, our whole planet's environment, and the most singular, each person's life. I'm certain people wonder when they see visuals like this, is it just PR? In fact, we start so many of our internal business strategy and technology development presentations like this, always keeping these values as our guiding light. We believe that striving to eliminate environmental impact and protecting precious human lives are essential answers to our big question. We aim to be carbon neutral by 2050. And as I said, our deeply held belief is that society should want our company, not just our products, to exist. This goal is for both products and all corporate activities. You might say that we believe we must walk the walk if we are going to talk the talk. When it comes to safety, our target is that traffic collisions involving Honda automobiles or motorcycles will no longer be fatal. These are the important goals for products and technology verticals. While achieving these environmental and safety targets, we aim to lead advancements in the areas of mobility, power units, energy, and robotics. More than just decreasing emissions at the tailpipe, our efforts for carbon neutrality by 2050 will strive for a circular or a resource recycling society that aims for zero environmental impact. To realize such a society, Honda will focus on the following areas as three pillars of our initiatives: carbon neutrality, clean energy, and resource circulation. Our zero environmental impact target is not only our products, but the entire product life cycle, including our corporate activities. In addition to the electrification of our motorcycle and automobile products, we will expand the range of user-friendly electrified products with our Honda Mobile Power Pack swappable battery system. Also, we will expand utilization of renewable energy by enabling infrastructure-linked smart power operations with charging these products. Moreover, we will be proactive in promoting the utilization of hydrogen in addition to electricity, as various scenarios are possible for the future expansion of the use of renewable energy. In the long run, we will strive to realize multi-pathway of energy, which is a concept of utilizing a wide variety of energy sources, including carbon-neutral fuels that will be effective in all areas, including areas where electrification is a challenge, such as aircraft. We believe that this concept will become the basis of energy use that supports the pursuit of a society with zero environmental impact. Furthermore, including more effective ways to reuse and recycle batteries, Honda is pursuing research on material recycling and will take on the challenge of developing products made from 100% sustainable materials. I'll talk about how electrification of our automobile products support all of these efforts. It is difficult to have a clear future prospects for popularization of electrified vehicles because different regions have different characteristics, such as a level of customer acceptance, readiness of infrastructure, and availability of renewable energy. And such characteristics are changing rapidly. However, as an automaker, it is our responsibility to achieve our carbon-free goal on a tank-to-wheel basis. To this end, Honda will strive to increase the ratio of EVs and FCVs within overall unit sales in all major markets of electrification combined to 40% by 2030, to 80% by 2035, and then to 100% globally by 2040. These are challenging targets, and to attain these targets, we must put forth a collective effort of our entire value chain, from development to production, sales, reuse, and recycle. These are various challenges we need to address, with the following as some of the examples. Procurement of batteries, including raw materials, accommodating the new kinds of automobile manufacturing made possible by the advancement of digital technologies in addition to electrification, addressing changes in our business environment, which we expect to continue in years to come. Now, let's move on to detail on our safety targets. As a manufacturer of mobility products that people entrust with their lives, safety is the challenge we must resolve. Based on this belief, Honda has determined to strive for zero traffic collision fatalities involving Honda motorcycles and automobiles globally by 2050. The major challenge we will face as we work toward this goal is how to eliminate motorcycle collision fatalities, especially in emerging countries. In the current situation where we struggle even to collect accurate accident data, we must say that the hurdle we have to clear is extremely high. However, we have a social responsibility as the biggest manufacturer and seller of motorcycles in the world. By taking on this challenge, Honda wants to increase the overall safety of society and create a safe world in which everyone who shares the road can coexist with peace of mind. And we want to be the generator of such transformation of society. In terms of expanding the range of our safety technologies, since many motorcycle collision fatalities involve automobiles, we will strive to apply our omnidirectional ADAS and advanced driver assistance system we envision beyond the current Honda sensing to allow new automobile models we introduce in major markets by 2030. By leveraging the knowledge and know-how we have built through research and development of our Level 3 automated driving technologies, which we recently began sales in Japan, we will further enhance the intelligence of ADAS system. Today's mobility ecosystem is highly complex, as you know. The mobility ecosystem of the future is even more complex and interconnected. As Honda, we are dreaming big with the environment and safety in mind. We know that we cannot go at this goal alone, while we have a clear vision and ambitious targets, partnerships will be an essential tool. Honda Innovations and our Honda Accelerator program welcome all Israeli innovators and supporters to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've discussed mobility as a service and how smart cities tackle traffic. We've discussed technological innovation in commercial and private transportation, but now it's time to take off into a relatively new sphere of air mobility as flying drones and autonomous vehicles secure their place in our future. Legislation and regulation will be required to keep up with the hectic pace of development, but where do we stand now? Here to provide a preview on our global status is Dr. Becky Schlesberg, VP Master Plan Division in Ayalon Highways.
Hello, thank you for having me here. I wanted to first just thank my colleague, Elitzach Dembinski, who I think without his vision and determination and tremendous skills in coalition building, I'm not sure that we would be having this session. I know I wouldn't be standing here to be giving these few words. So thank you very much. Can I have the presentation? On the podium? Okay, thank you. So my job at Ayalon Highways is to look at multimodal systems and to plan how we integrate different modes in a complex, as was mentioned before in our last speaker, multimodal urban transport systems. And I really think that multimodal is a catchword, that it captures not only the diversity of the supply, but the diversity of the needs and the diversity of the objectives that we need to meet in terms of the various people that need to use our systems, different ages, different capabilities. And so when we look at transportation, I really think we need to look at it in the terms of choices that we offer people to meet the different needs. And therefore, my view is that transport, in effect, is a spatio-sociological issue that we need to address, or it has that context. And we need to look at the linkages between changes in transport technology, spatial form, and social structures. So I think that I'm going to, out of this slide, I think I'm going to emphasize the dramatic change that we did experience in meeting these emerging social needs actually in the 20th century in America. And if you look, you can see that we're talking about the age of the private car. And we look at this, if we look at post-World War II in America, there was a drive to provide increased housing. We had the baby boom, returning GIs from the war, very high demands on housing, and a different understanding of well-being and social structures. And along with that, there was the massive highway investment, so that brings the infrastructure into play. And it created a dramatic change in our social structures and the division between home and work. If I look at the 21st century and I look at the explosive linkage that we have now between transport and communications, which leads to a whole new context in which we need to address the needs of people economically, environmentally, and socially. And we look at multifocal cities and multifocal networks in megacities. It's a globalization in networks of cities, of urban regions, and the multifocal aspect of the cities themselves in these urban regions. And it is this explosion of our use of communications that I think we have it here today, that COVID really emphasizes the fact that we use communications as an exchange for transport, as we will have guests who will speak from us from afar, but it doesn't completely exchange, because I think we're all really happy to see one another again. There's something about this coming together that really brings also not only exchange force, but an explosion in our need to communicate and to travel between different locations, both within our urban context and around the world. But even more than the social change, it has really changed how we deliver and manage and operate. So, how do I move this? Okay. So I really want to talk about the fact that we do use technology and communications to radically change the way we manage, operate, and deliver transport. And this brings us to a way we can look at these changes and how they might have impact on urban air mobility. And that is something called the socio-technological perspective. And it's really about getting your ducks in a line in a way that creates a gestalt, a total system that's greater than its parts. So, if we go through this, well, I just turned it off, excuse me. If we go through this, I'm not very good at this, wrong way. Oh, this is it, okay. So obviously the technology, which I seem to have a hard time using here, it needs to be feasible, it needs to be affordable. We need to identify what are the market needs and the market segments that we'll be providing. But we also know that there's been a lot of discussion about regulation and governance, I think, in some of the sessions, and that need to enable technology, but I think it goes way beyond that. And we have to look at supporting industries that allow us to integrate and support these kinds of services. We obviously, it needs management. It's not just about regulating, but it's about how we manage it, whether it's on the private side or the public side. And it has to be integrated. And as we can see, there's a push both for increased local transport, more walk, more cycle, as well as this innovative and exciting field of urban air mobility. But these things have to work together. It has to be integrated in a system of services. And then we look at the issue of infrastructure, which I think we're all very aware of, the vertiports, but it brings very many new challenges for first and last mile issues, including third dimension and height, getting up, getting down. And we have to look at networks of services and networks of urban air mobility locations and vertiports and infrastructures. But no less is the need to address for what purpose is it that we want to integrate urban mobility? What are the benefits that we want to gain from society? Obviously, we want to look at economic growth, reducing costs to different movements that we need to accomplish, whether it be goods or people. But we also want to talk increasingly about sustainability, which we've all just been listening to the discussions about global warming. We're all aware also of the health impacts of air pollution. So how does this play in? And looking at it, as we would often say, from well to wheel, it's not just about the immediate impact, but we have to look at the total end-to-end picture. And the issues of equity and globalization. And I think that very often we get changes in technology bring about surprising results. So if we look at the telecommunications and low-cost airlines, we'll find that it didn't only benefit high tech-powered business travelers, it really benefited migration and immigrants in a way that's quite surprising and I think we didn't expect. So one of the things we know is that there are great movements of immigrants and refugees and choice immigrants as well, but the ability to stay in touch with their home communities really helps their integration into their new spaces. And so this is something that I don't think we expected, that the changes in communications technology and air travel could really be something that benefits and improves social equity and inclusion. So that's something that maybe we can also look at, and obviously making sure opportunities are available and access for everyone. And then we have people of many people are looking at issues of aging as we live longer. So we have people who have different mobility capabilities and different capacities to address different ways that we offer services. So this is also something, how well people have ability to use the technology, different preferences for how they address technology. We also know there's an issue of willingness. This is a big issue for urban air mobility. How willing will people be to get into a vehicle that goes up in the air with no pilot? And the issue of safety concerns. If we were talking about range anxiety in electric vehicles, we've got a whole big new anxiety to talk about here. And I think that's something that also is important to pay attention to. And of course, if we want to talk about quality of life impacts, we want to make sure that our technology improves our quality of life for all. And finally, there's that very strong impact on culture, which is exactly bringing us back to that 20th century impact of suburbs and vehicles and highways. And what is it that we're going to see in terms of behavior and urban form and the potential for globalization? Very often green talk about the disadvantages of globalization, but I want to emphasize tremendous amount of benefits of globalization that we found when supply chains were interrupted now. So that's a very important perspective to take, as well as the changes that we will see in norms, spatial forms, activity patterns, the level of engagement and separation that we create between individuals. So there's the whole concept of traveling alone and together. So why we like trains, because we have this space for ourselves, but we're not entirely alone. And I think we can all, after COVID, appreciate sometimes the kind of experiences that we have just by engaging with people in a very kind of random way. And so I think those are some of the things we can look at. Anyway, I'd like to suggest that we are well primed here to engage with these discussions and with these new initiatives. So obviously, we've had very successful experience now with experimenting and demonstrating the use of drones. I think there's a lot of parallels that can be drawn. And we've been able to create very quickly an ecosystem that supports drone activity on a commercial basis. And I think we're very proud of that. And I think that's something that we hope to extend further as we explore the further issues of urban air mobility. There's obviously, as this conference shows us, the supporting technologies, supporting industries, the relationship with the auto tech. We have diverse potential operating environments, a country that's small but very diverse in terms of urban settings, desert settings, low density urban, high density urban, and I think that gives us a lot of ways of looking at different environments that we can work in. We have Israel is 90% urbanized, even though I mentioned the diversity before in urban settings, but we are highly urbanized, high-tech savvy young population. We are culturally open to innovation and change. And one of the biggest kind of boon and bane issues is our urban transport systems are very underdeveloped. We suffer from extreme density on our highways, congestion, most days of the week, most hours of the day, and we have very few legacy systems. So the ability to adjust to new technologies and new infrastructures is actually quite high. And then, of course, we're a growing economy with growing demographics, so we're very dynamic in that sense. Cultural diversity, you might not think it, but anybody who's gone out for dinner can feel it in the cuisine, in the whole experience here. It's really a very diverse environment, and I hope you enjoy it while you are visiting, those of you from abroad. And of course, we're very globally integrated and focused on working with cooperating around the world on technology. And I think that the guests and visitors that are coming from abroad and are joining us through Zoom are testimony to that as well. And why, just to bring together the work that we've done on drones and link it into this urban air mobility potential. So obviously, the zero emission, eco-friendly solution is critical to making this a success. The issue that I mentioned of the congested road system gives an economic boost and justification for accessing this third dimension. We generally have available airspace, although that's not exactly my expertise, but it seems that we have, from the cooperation we've been able to get through the Civil Air Authority and from the Air Force, it seems that there is willingness to access this airspace at the lower levels and in the urban context. We have technology ready for prime time. We're certainly driven by technology innovation and have what it takes to be able to put this in the air. Our regulators cooperate actively and promote this innovation, and the joint public and private type of enterprises is a very key element to what goes on here. And the leadership that we provide in robotics and airspace automation. And finally, what are our objectives? As Ayalon Highways, we want to create an economically viable ecosystem that allows this technology to grow and develop and provide the services that it can offer in promoting well-being for our societies. We want to promote large-scale economic impact because that is the way to make things happen. And finally, our particular expertise is in creating the bridge between the industry and the regulatory frameworks. It's a place we feel comfortable being a government agency, but being also very attuned to private industry and our work in those in various areas of bringing these two worlds together. And finally, it's our pleasure and pride to be able to share this with the international community at large, to learn and to share of our experiences. And here are our partners from the drone demonstration projects, and I think it provides an excellent platform for moving forward into this new and exciting field. So with that, I will now introduce our next speaker, Dr. Vasilis Agoridas. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. With my last name, I shouldn't talk. So he's an expert in bridging policy and industry. He leads the UIC2 program for urban air mobility initiative, part of the EU Smart Cities program, and serves as chairman of the UAM committee in the EU Autonomous Systems Development in Europe. He also serves as head of EU Public Co-Creation Ecosystem Outreach for Airbus. And I'd like to ask you one brief question. How do you see the shifts to micromobility in the spectrum of what's going on now in the urban context, and the push also for, on the one hand, micromobility and mass transit, and how does UAM kind of fit into the spectrum?
Thank you, Becky, for the question, and hello to everyone. I think the question has to be rather simple, because whether it is micromobility or any other mode of mobility, whether including air, this has to be as part of an integrated mobility system for a city or a region. So for me, this is the simple answer to your question.
Okay, and so I will leave you now, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a clarification, you mentioned about ASD. It is the Aerospace and Defense Industries Association of Europe. So I'm here today with my hat as the leader of the UAM Initiative Cities community. Please let me share my screen. And I hope you can see my slides now. So I'm working for Airbus, but I'm here not to talk to you about Airbus, but about the Urban Air Mobility Initiative Cities community. The mission, you will know a little bit more in the next few minutes. The mission of this initiative is to drive the sustainable and responsible transition of urban mobility to the third dimension, to the vertical dimension. So as already discussed by Becky, this is not just about aviation or technologies in aviation, it's about urban mobility. And we have a responsibility to drive this in a sustainable way. So this is a perspective that this initiative is taking on looking at urban air mobility, and this is how, this is the context of my presentation. Here you have an overview. It is a community of different cities that for years now, since 2017, when it was established within the EU Smart Cities Marketplace, where the cities have been exploring or trying to explore or even listen from other cities, how can we manage this emerging sector? So this initiative is about the voice of cities and regions. And here, just to clarify, because in different countries we use different terms, this could be metropolitan areas, it could be prefectures. So the cities and regions are just to indicate the local authorities, whatever the size could be. So what could be the role, in fact, of cities and regions in this emerging sector? The impact of this initiative, of this community, has been acknowledged also outside Europe. And we have partner cities and regions from US, for example, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and from Japan, the Prefecture of Mie. Everything started with the establishment of this initiative by thinking about mobility in cities. And already Becky outlined the importance of multimodality. And this is key for smart cities in the context of smart mobility. What we have been observing is that the third dimension has not been a part of it so far. And there are some good reasons from the technology perspective, because typical urban air mobility could have been manifested through helicopters, for example. For the different reasons, urban planners do not consider that, as perhaps we as a society we don't want to. So this is all changing now because we have a new breed of technologies that is coming from the electrification of mobility in general, that has passed also to aviation. So we can have zero emissions, at least at the point of consumption, as with cars, plus the fact that we can have reduced noise levels, plus the whole digitalization of mobility could enable a totally new business ecosystem. However, here, what we're talking about, and this is the motto of the initiative, it is not about the technologies. It's about smart mobility in smart cities. And the motto is walk, ride, drive, fly. The challenge here for the whole ecosystem, and specifically for cities and regions, is what is the purpose of this fly? For what are we going to use the third dimension, the vertical dimension? In any case, it has to be complementary to the existing systems. So when we're talking about this integrated sustainable urban mobility, one of the key concepts that discussed today, especially in the surface mobility area, is the mobility as a service. This is the integration of the different modes in order to move from a transportation-centric system to a more passenger-centric system. If we want to really reap the benefits from urban air mobility, this vertical dimension has to be an integrated part of it. However, it is not as easy as it may sound. Already there are very big challenges. If we take just the aviation sector, how do we integrate this new type of aircraft that fly at low level with the overall airspace? We have established operations around airports, for example. How can we do this in a safe manner? And this is one of the biggest challenges today with aviation players around the world. Significant work is happening there that is enabled by digitalization. However, even if we manage to integrate these vehicles in the airspace in a safe way, this is not enough. To reap the benefits, we need to integrate the information, the data between the air and the ground. And this is a real imperative for capitalizing and exploiting the opportunities that these technologies may bring. Talking about air traffic, this air traffic, as we outlined, is a little bit different. It's not the usual air traffic. It's about low-level altitude traffic that brings a lot of challenges, in fact, for cities, as many of these air vehicles, whether as smaller drones or bigger eVTOLs or taxis, can fly in many cases at lower altitudes than the tallest buildings. So this type of challenges have to be addressed by the same time by capitalizing on the innovation. One of the key aspects here, for example, is how the regulatory frameworks and governance frameworks could embrace these innovations. Overall, this urban air traffic sets new perspectives for industry, new economic spaces for cities, and new perspectives for mobility. In other words, it's about a totally new status quo for cities and regions. So yes, the urban air mobility brings opportunities and offers new opportunities for cities and regions to develop, but at the same time, it brings new tasks and responsibilities for them. We have to acknowledge that cities are the layer of governance which is closest to citizens. So from this perspective, it is a legitimate claim from cities and regions that they should have an influential or deciding role in the governance of their space, or as we call in Europe, the U-space. Just an example, if there are extremely noisy operations or accidents, the citizens will go to complain to a mayor. They will not go to complain to the Civil Aviation Authority. Having this in mind, the cities of the UIC2, they presented last year in December 2020 as part of the Amsterdam Drone Week, the UIC2 manifesto on the multi-level governance of the urban sky. These pledged at that time initially towards the European Commission and EASA to consider the local authorities as an important stakeholder within the governance of the U-space and to be explicitly acknowledged. This has been signed by almost 30 cities up to date, because this is changing, different cities and regions across Europe, and even have attracted the interest and support in terms of mindset by the cities outside Europe, like Mie Prefecture in Japan and the Massachusetts Commonwealth in US. One other organization, for example, among the others that have recently supported, is the Italian Association of Municipality, ANSI, that you see here. So what has been the impact of this manifesto? In fact, the European Commission and EASA have responded to this type of request by the cities, and they have acknowledged as part of the approved U-space implementation regulation in Article 18F that there is a need to establish a mechanism to coordinate not only with the aviation-related authorities, but with other authorities, entities, including at the local level. So you can see here already this, I would say, more sociological perspective that also Becky mentioned before about having non-aviation actors being actively involved and recognized in a more pure, I would say, aviation regulatory framework. And this is the impact of this manifesto. So just to brief a little bit about the activities of the initiative, it builds around the principles of how can we establish public and private support? How can we seek synergies between the ground and the air operations, as I tried to outline to you? And how do we meaningfully and purposefully co-create with citizens and the wider society? And all of this by having the cities and regions in the driving seat. This is how the UIC2 it is built. The member is only cities and regions, and there are task forces led by cities and regions that try to address this. On the blue, here, the blue box, you can see the prerequisites for any type of operations in an urban environment. So urban air mobility has to demonstrate and manifest these benefits. Otherwise, it cannot be considered as part of it. So UIC2, what is doing, in fact, is a city-centric platform to ensure a holistic approach to urban mobility, proactively engage with citizens, and co-create with public and private actors. So yes, as you have realized, it is about a business ecosystem, but it is more than that. And all of these activities and the social even aspects of urban air mobility and the task forces actually have raised an interest at a level beyond Europe. There is a need for a worldwide UN community of cities and regions. And this has been acknowledged by the World Economic Forum that is in preparation of launching such an initiative. It will be launched in January 22 as part of the Amsterdam Drone Week. And in fact, the aim of this coalition is to create a forum for extending already the work done in Europe through UIC2. And as with the UIC2, the goals will be to support the policymakers in responsibly integrating this emerging sector in the overall urban and regional networks. And of course, as with the UIC2, the agenda will be set and driven by cities and regions. So we are now in a moment where we're looking for cities and regions that want to take this commitment, and you can see the 3 bullet points there about the commitment we're looking for. So if any of the cities, if there are any cities here or regions that want to take this commitment and be part of this worldwide community, please feel free to contact me so we can arrange accordingly. The aim here is not to have technological demonstrations. The aim here is about demonstrations with the perspective of a service. So yes, it's about the business ecosystem, but most importantly, it's all about a social business ecosystem. It's not about what the technology can do, but what we want the technology to do for us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Vasilis. I think it was a very interesting presentation on the role of cities, and I think that's a particularly strong challenge for us, so thank you for your presentation. I'd like at this time to introduce Andreas Perotti, Chief Marketing Officer in Europe for EHang, and he has over a decade in marketing, communications, corporate affairs, in aerospace and ICT. He is working often with the public sector and bridging policy and industry as well. And so, Andreas, can we make sure?
Hi, Becky. I can hear you perfectly, and great to be with you here today.
Oh, there you are. Okay, wonderful. So I just want to ask you a question. How do you see the market segment for UAM at this early stage in the development of it?
Well, the question is if we can already speak about a market or of a market as of today. You know, I always compare our industry when it comes to the level of maturity with the car and the automotive industry in the 1920s, with the big difference that technological adoption goes much faster today than 100 years ago. So we are in very early stage, but it's going to speed up very fast.
Thank you. And we look forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to share my screen and introduce you about what we're doing. Well, I'm honored to say that we're among the leading startup companies globally in the urban air mobility industry. We have been the first company worldwide which was presenting a fully autonomous and electrical passenger-grade drone in 2016 at the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas. We were the first company having an IPO on NASDAQ coming out of the urban air mobility spectrum, and we're the only company worldwide as of today which is already in operations. If you look at this big vision, this big dream of mankind of making it possible for everybody to fly, this is incorporated also in our name. We are coming from southeastern China, and our name EHang is coming from the Mandarin words Yi and Hang, which means basically billions fly. So our vision is to bring billions of people up into the sky. And if you look at this slide and the two covers of this very popular engineering magazine, you can see that the dream of flying is something we are following since decades. And the truth is, what our industry is doing is not innovative, at least not innovative in a way how we transport people or also goods from A to B. We have it since decades, and it's called helicopter. The problem with helicopters is they're very cost intensive when it comes to CapEx, when it comes to OpEx, and also complicated in operations. So the innovation we are doing by using technology, making the functional principle of helicopters affordable for everybody. And why is that possible today? Since it wasn't possible in the last decades, because today we have the underlying fundamental technologies in e-mobility, in artificial intelligence and software, but also in lightweight manufacturing processes. I would like to speak a bit about our flagship model, which is this first serial model of a passenger drone worldwide, our model called EHang 216. It's a fully electric passenger drone, so 100% sustainable, considering that the electricity has been produced sustainably. And it's a two-seater model, which can carry 2 passengers with a total payload of 230 kilograms in total. You also have a small trunk for some luggage in the back, and it carries people with 16 rotors. And all of these 16 rotors are connected with their own individual electrical engine, which is again connected with its own individual battery, meaning we have 16 isolated electrical cycles which don't interfere each other. So in case some cycle would stop working and 4 of them can stop working in total, the vehicle still stays safely up in the air. We can fly a top speed of 130 kilometers per hour. And as of today, due to the battery technology, we can transport people for around 30 kilometers. And you know, the hardware is very sophisticated, but the real rocket science is in the back end. And we're originally coming from the software side. We're a software company, which started 2014 by developing a software ecosystem for autonomous flying. And this is what's powering this product, because you don't need a pilot, you don't need a pilot license. You have 2 passengers, you basically just sit inside, press a button on a map, and the system fully autonomously transports you from A to B. If that's in use, let's say in the near future, that's more a regulatory question than a technological one. And of course, we can adapt our system to the regulatory environment as well. And frankly speaking, in the beginning, we're not aiming for a consumer product, what is sold to the end consumer who puts it on his or her garage to freely fly around like everybody endeavors. That might be a nice imagination, but regulatory-wise, quite not in the near future. This is why we're aiming for operator-based models, meaning we are having partners from the airline industry, from transport companies, public transport companies, also municipalities. And together with these partners, we define in local areas, starting at landing points, and together with the aviation authority, predefine air routes. And the end consumer books a flight from A to B, like he orders a cab or a Uber today. So from the traffic perspective, it's a mix of a bus line with predefined stations, but also an individual character, because the consumer can decide from which station to which station she or he wants to go. If you look at this, you can see that it's far beyond R&D. It's far beyond a pure concept. We are in serial production, we are in serial operation, and here you can see around 100 routes we're already carrying or rolling out in the moment in our domestic market in China. And when you go there, you're most welcome to have a fly with us. This whole system, as mentioned, is detached from a human being, but not 100%. We operate for cost reasons, but also for safety reasons, without a pilot. We think taking the pilot out and increasing the level of autonomy is not reducing safety and security, but it's increasing it. And at the end of the day, as mentioned, our competition is a flight from JFK Airport in the United States to the city center of Manhattan for $120 a flight. This is what we have to match and to be competitive with. And this is why the whole value chain has to be set up as lean as possible. But overall, to operate such a network of air taxis, as many people call them, of course, you need a command and control, like you need a tower at an airport monitoring the whole traffic system. And our ecosystems also operate with these command and control centers. And here you see a picture of one of our towers, if you want to call them like that, in Guangzhou in southeastern China. And there are sitting people inside. And these people are not necessary to have the whole system working, but they are monitoring it. And in case of being necessary, they can interfere, take direct contact with the passenger, and also bring the vehicle safely down to the ground. Here you can see a short overview on our portfolio. As mentioned, passenger transport is the one we're most well known for, but we're also in small cargo, in large scale cargo. We have many, many partners from DHL to Vodafone, the Red Cross, and many others. And we're also operating drone shows. This is basically demonstrating our technologies. We are holding several Guinness Book of World Records here, and it proves that we are able to operate thousands of small flying objects in a very small area without colliding with each other, and being safe and secure and sustainable. We would be very, very delighted to also implement our technologies together with you in your fantastic country. I think Israel and innovation do not just share the first letter, but innovation is Israel and Israel is innovation. So it would be fantastic to find partners in your country to bring urban air mobility forward together and improve the daily lives of people. Thank you so much. Toda rabba.
Our next speaker will give us a glimpse into autonomous driving at one of the world's most prominent and popular automakers. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Christian Singer, Senior VP Autonomous Driving at Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles. Hello, Mr. Singer.
Hello to everybody. Thanks for the introduction. From three-dimensional back to two-dimensional mobility, but also fully autonomous. We are in automotive in one of the most transformational times ever. We always thought switching from combustion into clean mobility is something what is the greatest challenge of all. And actually, the move into electric mobility is not finalized by far. We have more or less just started to get it done, and we have many years ahead of us. And there's even there no time to wait until we start the next large transformation, which is usually mentioned as digitalization. And I can really say, really hard to get it, to be more capable in software to understand how business models change, how we can be closer with our customers. But maybe the pinnacle of the transformation is autonomous driving. Autonomous driving is not just a technology. Autonomous driving will change so many business models and the role of the vehicles, even in private use, commercial use, whatever, that we will redefine how automotive will look like in the next decades. It is not just singular the vehicle, it is very much related to infrastructure, to legislations, and many more. And I'm really happy to talk about this. My role within the Volkswagen Group is taking care about the level 4 autonomous driving. What is fully autonomous, no steering wheel necessary, no driver necessary, no test driver necessary, but it's made for a defined area of operations, what we call ODD, we are able to increase this ODD like the system capability is able to. And so I'd like to explain what this means. Actually, that's nothing fully new. We, within the Volkswagen Group, we are working since a long period on that. And it's by far nothing what is just a linear extension of this already available shuttles below 20 kilometers per hour, which are already kind of fully autonomous in really defined areas. It's also not a linear extension of what we prepare for highways. Monodirectional mobility with separated lines. It's definitely not a little bit more of that. It's really the pinnacle of complexity we need to handle. We have the complexity of cities. We have complexity of weather conditions. And if anything goes wrong, if there is no driver on board, we cannot redelegate anything. The vehicle needs to manage everything by its own and needs to be safer than even a human driver would be. So no wonder why this technology isn't be done overnight. The first vehicle at Volkswagen, it was actually a light commercial van from Volkswagen Research in the year 2000. It moved fully autonomous on the test area in very simple conditions. And since 20 years, we are not on the road with a commercial function. That just demonstrates how challenging the topic is. We have been very active in the meanwhile, have worked a lot with many partners on the autonomous driving technology, on the way how we could install this into vehicles. And there has been done a lot of work. What kind of vehicles do we need? How these new ideas can be brought together. I think very iconic was Cedric, pure electric, face-to-face seating, and highly integrated autonomous systems. However, our ID. Buzz plays a turnkey role of coming on the road together with the partner Argo AI for ride pooling and ride hailing in a large scale in the very first phase. Technology-wise, I already mentioned, it's a large portfolio of things we need to achieve. I think everybody thinks that, oh, well, we need cameras, we need LiDARs and radars, and then can underline that first priority is road safety. So we believe deeply that we need to have this redundant sensor approaches, and therefore it's no wonder that we need the highest performance in compute available and possible being installed in vehicles. So safety first in all ways, and before we haven't proven the safety of the system, we shouldn't cost reduce it. Afterwards, for sure, yes. We need to work on the HD map being a huge part of the sensorics model. And we need connectivity. German law says we need to provide a remote guidance center. So remote guidance, as we saw it before, for vertical mobility as well, needs connectivity, reliable connectivity. We also need to define the standards, what it means that connectivity is available, and what we do when a network is breaking up. Can we provide the autonomous vehicle service further, or do we need to stop? All these questions. Yes, we need vehicle concepts which are by the technology itself very safe. So redundancy in steering, braking, and many other actorics of the vehicle is necessary. We need to prepare different kinds of also electric powertrains, and the vehicles need to be made for different purpose, made for as much as possible miles in service. So when in the end we want to provide very affordable mobility way below of the cost of a taxi driver today, and maybe just a little above the public transportation, then those vehicles need to do a lot of kilometers every year and will accumulate kilometer ranges above 500,000 kilometers. So more than double than we are usually designing a passenger car today. The same is true for electronics. Also, electronics will be awake more or less 24/7. When a vehicle is not driving, it will charge or we will clean it. And there we are in the intelligent interior. And this is true for passenger mobility, but also for goods mobility. It's part of safety of the system that we need to understand who entered the vehicle, what is the behavior there, did somebody forget something, have we ensured that only those persons have been going into the vehicle and left it at the right point in time as it was planned. And all this comes together as a preparation for a new business model. And just as a symbol for the difference of passenger cars, private use for shared mobility, is that in private use cars, I still have a driver. And if the conditions are not good enough for the system performance, then I can always delegate backwards. In shared mobility, one of the biggest topics why we haven't brought this in large scale all over the place is the cost of drivers. And so the autonomous system is key, but it needs to be at such a high level of performance that it can handle the weirdest situations, and therefore we learned a lot not to compromise on the system side. And it's not just the digital driver being prepared, and I mentioned a lot of aspects around the autonomous ready vehicle platform. It's that vehicles need to be made for fleets and being perfectly connectable into mobility service platforms. Vehicles in fleets are usually for way more miles, so total cost of ownership is everything, utilization is everything, and this downtime is hard. So being super fast in maintenance solutions is one of the further important things we need to work on. And many discussions go on what is the role of today's mobility platforms. Especially in US, we have one player which has the majority of the market. Is this true also tomorrow? And will be the digital driver, the vehicle and the fleet and the booking platform always one bundle? And yeah, maybe the reality will be that there's a market for ride as a service, so that many mobility platforms can do bookings on fleets, so that we reduce the risk that one platform couldn't fully utilize a fleet, and otherwise fleet investors have more security and more own flexibility to bring their fleet into maximum use. So it's all about being best prepared for flexible combinations of the market, and we are sure this will help once the digital driver has proven its ability with flexibility and clear links between this layer model. It helps to scale fast in the market. And there we are in the timeline. Our statement is we aim that we are without any safety drivers on board going live with the ID. Buzz in Germany in 2025, in Hamburg together with Moja and Argo. And we are right now in the preparation phase. And in 25, we call it transition. Transition means we are going into the market. Maybe we will try to simplify the service in the ODDs and be very careful when it comes to winter and weird weather conditions. And once the system performance is proven more and more, and the number of vehicles and number of cities is rising, then it's time for making a special concept. We call it special purpose vehicle, a platform design really made without any steering wheel, made exactly on the point for this use case, and being the best platform in the aspects of a fleet provider and a booking platform. And when I get the video, you can have a live experience about our ID bus on the test field in Munich. These are some pictures. Munich Airport, there is a test area where we can work on corner cases, on the difficult situations, on new software versions being verified before we go on public street. And it's a very important factor that wherever we are, if it's a test focus, is it HD map learning, is it working on expanding an ODD, it's always done in a maximum safe way that the society, users, whatever, have full trust in the activities we are working on, that robo-mobility is improving our life in cities instead of bringing additional risk. So we are coming closer to reality, but it's nothing what will happen in one snap. When we go into cities, we also do this really careful. We are studying in the inner circle of a city. And this is the example of Hamburg. Who has ever been there and has ever used the Moja service, which I really recommend to do. This is the blue area, the commercial area of Moja today. We are aiming to enable this area within the first year, so it will take a while. We are starting in this test service center in the inner core. It's roughly 50 kilometers of StreetNet. Once we are able to prove that the vehicle is safer than a human, then we can go to a commercial pilot, and then we go to the Moja area, and then we go even larger, and we go to further cities. And so I think we are well doing to be as careful as possible, that everybody understands this is really done from experts. Nobody is gambling this street life. And then we are even able to grow faster. Very important that this so-called ODD has not only a geometrical definition, it's also conditions, especially around weather. Rain, snow are important things, but also darkness, fog, and all these things. So it's always a stepwise approach that we need. Sun, we are starting at sunny conditions, then we go to night, then we go to rain, and I think the final stage is snow. And many questions come, what do we need as infrastructure from the cities? And the big answer is, give us connectivity, as this is required in many areas, even by law. This is what we really need, at least 4G. It's not even necessary having 5G, but the connectivity there needs to be robust, available. The rest is the job we need to do. And I'm really glad having the chance to speak to you, not just for conveying what is our idea of how autonomous driving comes to all the places, and especially also to Israel. We are in Israel with our Volkswagen Connect, and we are really inviting to work with us on future technologies. I think I'm not the only one as a strong believer about the innovation power of Israel. And so we have mentioned some topics like how to make accessibility for disabled people and families more convenient. How do we handle human-machine interfaces and future interactions, also especially for how easiness, but also for especially disabled people, how do lighting systems look like, that you understand, well, this is a robot vehicle, and planning those actions, and this is exactly the vehicle waiting for me. And when it comes to goods, somehow there are many ideas that we bring parcels into the vehicle, but how the parcels get out of the vehicle. And there are models where people go to the cars and take out something, but this will always be a limited space. What really would improve the situation, and Christmas season is near, so there are some high times where people want to have even more parcels, kind of a last meter solution. So something what brings a parcel 50 meters away from the vehicle to the doorbell, like a human does, gets back on the vehicle and serve the whole street and making people happy. Furthermore, we believe that AI and perception based on pure AI is something what helps to reduce the compute load and to handle even more complex situations. These are just 5 topics we are mentioning in priority 1. There's maybe even more. And so please join our Connect Challenge on November the 18th. And yeah, we are looking forward that lots of ideas and possible partners come up. And so let's do this challenge very collaborative. I think this brings benefit for all. And the biggest benefit is definitely for those people having in the future access to autonomous mobility, because it really makes mobility accessible for everybody. It brings even more safety on our roads. And as it's always pure electric, it will also reduce emissions, makes our cities cleaner, and provides more space for people instead for cars. By this, thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much. Let's break to re-energize with light lunch just outside. After lunch, we will be discussing cybersecurity solutions for smart mobility with the top speakers in the field, and what turns regular countries into smart mobility nations with the 2 distinguished ministers of Israel and Hungary. We will also introduce one of the winners of the 2021 Erika and Sheila Sampson Prize Ministers. So please join us back here at 3:15? 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one more time your host, Ms. Hila Korach.
Hello again and welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed your break. As increased connectivity in the auto industry becomes a standard with AI and data transfer playing bigger roles, the risks and threats also grow. Israel has a strong track record in cybersecurity, and our next panel will discuss how companies and startups work with global auto manufacturers. So please welcome our moderator, Ms. Adi Ofek, CEO, Mercedes-Benz Research and Development Tel Aviv, Ms. Esti Peshin, Vice President and General Manager of the Cyber Division at IAI ELTA, Mr. Yigal Una, Director General of the Israel National Cyber Directorate, and Mr. Daniel Byrne, Co-founder and CEO at Otorio, and joining us from remote, Mr. Andreas Herzig, Head of Automotive for Germany and Deloitte Continental Europe. Hello.
Hi, everyone. So as Hila did a very good introduction already, these are times of increased connectivities, and then cybersecurity becomes ever more interesting in those times. Today in the panel, we're going to discuss questions like what are the trends that we're seeing in the industry, what are the challenges, how do the different industries find solutions for those problems. We're going to talk about regulations in the automotive industry that are really impacting all the OEMs around the world. And if I put for a second the Mercedes-Benz hat here, trust is at the core of our brand. And if you look at our strategy, we talk about luxury. And today for us, luxury is no more just how the car looks like. It's also what kind of technology it has inside. And when we talk about leadership in software, of course, the challenges and the threats become so much more visible. We all know that when you talk about cybersecurity, it's a multidimensional topic, right? Car to cloud to IoT. When we talk about automotive, it's cars on the road, in production and in development. It's people, technologies, and processes. So it's really multidimensional. I'm really looking forward to hearing from all of you. And I'll start with Dani. And Dani is our Executive Senior Advisor for cybersecurity from Mercedes-Benz. Maybe you can tell me a little bit about why you think cybersecurity is so important for the automotive industry now. What are the key challenges that you're seeing? Fleet security, what does that mean for all of us?
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Adi, for the opening question. If we look at the perspective and where we're going with being an OEM and one of the leading, if not the leader, of the brands in quality, so we have 5 different topics we want to address in the digital transformation of a traditional OEM in the market. First of all, our vision, autonomous driving, and we are aiming there. Then connected. Connected is an important piece, but it's not only the connectivity of the car, but we understand that it's all about the journey experience, both for the driver and the passenger. So connectivity lays another aspect to the more advanced type of the car. We have the electrical car coming into play, so even the propulsion of the car is becoming a part of what we call the attack surface, and I'll touch that in a second. And finally, we would like to see more shared type of mobility. And the reason for that is because we know quite a lot of traffic and we want to be more green and a lot of aspects to that. So I believe that everybody will understand here what I say, that the attack surface of the car expands. And when I'm not looking on the onboard architecture as it is, I'm looking at the overall end-to-end connectivity. I'll try to address that. On the other hand, and we see that in other aspects of life, cyber criminals are getting more potent capabilities from different levels. And as the car is getting more connected, we'll see different use cases. They might find what we see as the automotive industry or the smart mobility industry as the low-hanging fruit of the world, and I'll touch that in a second. So I would say that cybersecurity is becoming a new distinction of quality for OEMs. And we, as we believe in Mercedes, the best or nothing, we should put now the challenges are very, if you look in other domains that I used to serve, usually platforms have a very distinct life cycle. But we know that today we have, as you said, in our fleet security and safety of our passengers and their well-being is one of our main aspects. We have cars that were manufactured 15 years ago, and we still want them to be resilient to today's upcoming threats and challenges. So when we build the framework, the strategy, what we call the end-to-end or entire life cycle, from cradle to grave, it becomes our responsibility. We've taken into consideration all of these aspects, and this is an important part. So now the focus is very short, and with that I will try to end. I would say it's about keeping our passengers and drivers, our customers safe and enjoying the best quality of Mercedes. And doing that when we're pushing innovation into the car all the time, and we are getting new threats coming every day. So this was the main aspect when we've put the framework, processes, and technologies in place.
Thank you. And now we have Andreas Herzig. I don't know if you can see me, Andy. And we were very fortunate at Mercedes-Benz to have Deloitte as our partners to certify Mercedes-Benz for cybersecurity for the cars. And Andy, why don't you tell us a little bit about this new regulation by the UNECE for cybersecurity? Why now is the regulation coming into place? How do you see the OEMs approaching these regulations? And maybe also if a bit of a broader perspective, China, US regulations as well.
A couple of questions. Thanks, Adi. But before we start, first of all, congratulations to Mercedes-Benz for having the first officially cyber-certified vehicle in the world. I know very well the certification number, which is 001. Very impressive. Congratulations to that.
To all of us together. We did it together.
So coming back to your questions. The R155, which deals with cybersecurity of vehicles, is part of a series of regulations issued by the UNECE to provide guidance for the cybersecurity of vehicles. UNECE in this stands for United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, and the regulations issued by the UNECE are mainly relevant for European states, as you can, as the name says already, but also for Japan. What does it do? So cybersecurity, it's mainly based on 3 pillars. First one, cybersecurity risk assessment of the vehicle's EE architecture and mitigating measures for uncovered risk. This includes for sure all backend systems. Second pillar is implementation of a cybersecurity management system, in short letters CSMS, for the whole product development process, including, that makes it a little bit tricky, the supply chain. It also includes, and that's the third pillar, measures to assure proper cybersecurity for each vehicle throughout the whole life cycle, and that's probably something still to be discussed because it will not be possible throughout the whole life cycle. So terms like end of service are discussed meanwhile in the automotive industry. I think that's a more realistic view on how long you can monitor the vehicle and you can provide it with updates. For Europe and Japan, the compliance with regulation is type approval relevant. In mid of next year, 2022, for all new vehicle types, and mid of 2024 for all vehicle types which are still in production at that time. Why now? What about the timing? So I think we have a discussion about autonomous driving levels already for a couple of years, but with level 3 coming up, so for example, highway pilot, the software is really taking over at least parts of the vehicle, letting the driver just put his hands off the steering wheel. And that's the moment where the regulator recognizes that it is not longer possible to assure the safety on the road, in the traffic, just with putting up traffic signs and threaten drivers with ever-growing penalties should they not follow the rules. So they logically do what every regulator would do. They regulate the product. So in this case, especially the software. So there are a lot of regulations coming up. R155 is just the start. R156 and 157 are already in place, and the UNEC regulations are going up to R160. Meanwhile, more to come. You have heard about the SOTIF regulation, safety of the intended functionality, which is also coming up and deals a little bit more with artificial intelligence. I could go on for hours just counting the regulations. That's not what we're going to do today. You have asked what are the most challenging things in the implementation of those regulations, and how do the key success factors look like? I think one of the most challenging things is that those regulations span a lot of departments within the OEMs, and not only the OEMs, also the supply chain. Let's talk about cybersecurity. It's the cybersecurity regulations, but cybersecurity doesn't develop vehicles or vehicle software. So that's more like R&D. But who's responsible for the vehicles in the market already? That's probably more after sales. Who owns the supply chain? That's procurement. And I could go on with that, like homologation and quality might play a big role. And that's what makes it so tricky. And the success factors quite clearly follow it. So you need persons, or one person responsible for the whole thing, for the whole project, with a kind of power to push things through all those departments. If that's not there, it's going to be tricky to really achieve the homologation, not just now, but also for the future of the vehicles which are planned or which are in the development already. You have asked for other countries like China, US. As mentioned, this regulation is mainly for Europe and Japan. China and US has a little bit a different view traditionally on those things. While the Chinese attitude is to keep data and technology in the country, and which leads to regulations which require a decent depth, for example, of development and technical infrastructure within the borders of China. So the regulations which are there already and which will come up in future have a different focus. That's something we clearly see. The US traditionally focuses more on transparency and availability of all records to be able to explain, for example, malfunctions, incidents, and accidents, but normally hesitate to limit the possibilities upfront by narrowing potential product attributes through regulations, as we often do in Europe. So, however, as the number of accidents or other issues caused by software in vehicles will grow, I expect similar regulations coming up in the next 2 to 5 years. And that's bad news. Unfortunately, they will be similar, but for sure not the same. So you have to deal with a lot of different regulations around the globe. So I hope that answers your question a little bit, Adi.
Thank you so much, Andy, and I think you shared a lot of the complexities and the different dimensions in the regulation and the implementation and also the global scope of security for big organizations. And Esti, now to you, the aerospace industry. So I think that brings now another element. And we had a really nice conversation before the panel, and we shared some of the challenges that you see from your industry, and we compared it a little bit also to the automotive industry, and then what are the solutions that you see. I found our discussion really exciting. I'd like for you to share it with us.
Thank you so much, Adi. So, ladies and gentlemen, smart mobility is here, and it's extremely exciting to be here on stage in person, and there's an amazing event outside. So first, if I may, a big shout out to the organizers for an amazing event. And now let's talk about the challenges as we view them in the aerospace industries. So first, and this is the only takeaway I want you to remember from my 4.5 minutes. When we're speaking about national grade cyber challenges, we need national grade solutions. And these solutions comprise of 5 elements. Number 1, technology. We spoke about some of the technological challenges related to cybersecurity for smart mobility. We also need methodology on how to use the technology effectively. And he spoke about this at length. Very, very good comments, by the way. It was very interesting. Then we need constant innovation because the threats are evolving and the domain is evolving and smart mobility is pushing ahead very, very, very quickly. And then we need collaboration, cooperating amongst the like-minded good guys in order to counter the threats. And finally, we need capacity buildup, training, addressing the human factor, which is always the weakest link. Now let's speak about one of the main challenges. And this challenge is apparent in smart mobility in all its various types of operations, be it the automotive industries or the aerospace industry or even the maritime industry. And this is the fact that as we move forward in smart mobility, we rely more and more on our instrumentation. And the key question is, can we trust our instruments? Or how can we know for sure whether or not the indications that we are receiving are true or whether they have been tampered with? And this is one of the main areas we at IAI are trying to address today. We are trying, through detection processes and through machine learning and artificial intelligence capabilities, we are trying to detect anomalies which may indicate that a driver, a pilot, a ship's captain cannot trust his instruments. In most cases, there's a mitigation. In most cases, he can move to a manual mode or he can operate in a different modus operandi in order to be able to bypass his instruments. But he needs to know that he cannot trust them. Now, if you think that cybersecurity is not that much of an issue, then you may want to have a look at one of our partners' booth outside, Enigmatus, who is one of our partners in the Israeli cybersecurity lab for intelligent transportation system, is actually showing live how you can hack into a vehicle. One more second, with your permission, I will speak briefly about the lab, and I'm sure that Mr. Una will elaborate about this because this is a government initiative. Got it. So we are very, very proud to have established the Israeli Cybersecurity Lab for Intelligence Transportation Systems. This lab is a collaboration between the government and the industry. In terms of the government, we have the Ministry of Transportation, the Israeli National Cyber Directorate, and Ayalon Highways, who is the customer, who is the actual leader of this project. On the side of the industries, we have five entities. We have Enigmatus, an Israeli startup. You can see them outside. We have Alstom. We have IBI, the Canadian company. We have the Ben Gurion University. And finally, IAI, Israel Aerospace Industries. We are very, very proud to be part of this initiative. And with this, I conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much, Esti. And Igal, I saved the best.
Thank you.
She deserves it. She's good. You're good, Esti.
Home audience.
Yes, they are.
I saved the best to last. And I think you have the job with the biggest responsibility for us as a country, right? National defense for Israel. And it's been exciting, I guess, in the last couple of weeks, especially.
Hours.
Would be really interesting to hear from you. What would you see as the main focus for us on the national space? What are the key challenges and trends that you see? And where would you say we should focus on in our industries?
Well, we see as the world is moving fast and going faster to the digital age, the good things about mankind are popping up and rising up, but also the less bright side of the mankind, the darker side. And this is what we call cybersecurity or cyber threats. And we find the first asymmetry or the first imbalance is that the solutions that you mentioned, that we heard all this through this wonderful conference, are moving fast and faster, and we have more autonomous, not just vehicles, but other vessels. In maritime, in even aviation, there's the beginning and moving rapidly. The solutions to secure it against the threats led by human. It's not Skynet, it's not robots. It's human that find the vulnerabilities, that abuse them, are still little behind, and when I say little, maybe even more than little. And here's the major part of not just governments. I'll answer about what the Israeli government is trying to do, but make no mistake, not a single agency, not a single country can do that alone, and not only countries and governments. And the example that Esti Peshin just mentioned is a great example of how the PPP, the public-private partnerships, must have. Not it's nice to have, it's not, okay, let's try it. It's a must-have because the governments all around the globe cannot handle all the solutions. They must be inside because of regulation, because of funding, because of a capacity building for long term and other stuff that usually governments have little more advantage than the private sector. But we need the innovation. We need the private sector and the OEMs and all the rest of you to take part in that. So in Israel, we're a little more ahead in cybersecurity, at least. That's the field I can speak of. And we have in aviation, commercial aviation, already 4 years program that is moving fast. Next week in Dubai, in the air show of Dubai, we're going to have a simulation with many partners around the globe. In maritime, we also have partnerships. Some of them, if not all of them, we have also the IAI taking part of that, and that's a good thing, a good example to other industries to hop in. Yes, Israeli government invites you to get in and take part. We give data, we give permits, we give even funding in the case of the smart mobility, but more, we give the opportunity to try without taking too many risks, to try solutions, because we understand it's R&D, it's dangerous, it's innovation, 50% at least will go to the trash, but unless we try it, until we find the right solutions for more and challenging problems that we meet, we won't get there. And the Israeli government, the INCD, alongside with the Ministry of Transportation, and alongside with the great industry that we have, the government and the more private industries, we also work together with universities, with academia, and with the partners around the globe. And here, I invite you from wherever you come from, the Israeli government is calling for partnerships, for working together in coalitions, in consortiums, in any formats that you can bear in mind. Last night we met with the Colombian president that wants also to take part with that. From now we're going to meet a governor of one of the United States states that is visiting here. Yes, we're open for business, and in smart mobility there's a lot of business, a lot of work to be done, and we can do that, but we need to run faster.
Thank you, Yigal. So I think some of the things we've heard here in this panel is the word cybersecurity, and next to it the word innovation, because unfortunately also on the dark side there's innovation, and we need to counter that with defense that is innovative. And also something that came in through all the discussions is that cybersecurity is not something that we should do on our own, and this is definitely something we need to co-work, collaborate together, use the knowledge, the experience of the community. I think even for us at Mercedes-Benz, Danny is sitting here, Andy is on the phone to show exactly some of those innovations that we're doing together to make it work. In the discussion Esti and I she said something really smart on the phone. You said, we have to do everything that we can to develop the most secure products, but they're never going to be secure enough. And this is where detection comes in. Our job is, first of all, to assess the threats that are coming before they're actually becoming into attacks and trying to mitigate them. But if that doesn't work, then fast detection, fast response, and close the circle with protection. So yeah, we're all in this together, and let's put our brains together and do the best for our customers all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers. Our next guest is joining us from Sweden, Mr. Johan Landen, Senior VP of Project and Product Strategy Office, Volvo.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me. And thank you so much for the invite and the opportunity to speak about a topic that is very close to my heart personally, but also, of course, then to the Volvo Group as a whole. And maybe first off, also congratulations on a great and exciting event. I understand there are many very current and relevant topics for the mobility space, addressing many of the fantastic opportunities that lie ahead, but also plenty of challenges, as I understand from the most recent discussions. The title of my talk today may come across as a little bit cocky, particularly with so many distinguished and competent players out there. But I hope that you, by the end of it, will appreciate that it's by all means about staying in the forefront of our industry, but it's equally about not hesitating on the chicken and egg dilemma that we face here, but rather that we want this to happen, and we're really prepared to get that ball in motion. And I guess it's no news to anyone that the world is facing one of its biggest challenges yet. And in this very moment, it is being discussed at the very highest level in Glasgow at COP26. The climate challenge and fighting to keep the 1.5 degree alive is something that involves us all in the most profound of ways. The Volvo Group has clearly stated our commitment to the Paris Agreement and our ambition to be in the forefront of our industry in this journey. Following our heritage, our DNA of innovating in the space of mobility, we are in a new era, one where impact on sustainability is measured equally alongside profitability targets as well as cost of ownership. I will share with you in these coming minutes how we in the Volvo Group are addressing the opportunities and the challenges that this transition presents, alongside our most important stakeholder, our customer. He or she is truly at the center of everything we do and create. And together, we are shaping the future we want to live in. The picture you see here is a recent one, together with a very progressive customer, DFDS, who has ordered 100 heavy-duty electric trucks to take them on their journey towards net zero. Now, as the picture suggests, it is a true partnership together with Volvo, where we are supporting them in making this change. They will be the early receivers of the first truly heavy-duty commercial vehicle able to haul 44 tons completely and fully electrically already next year. Now, making the shift to a sustainable transport systems is something that not too long ago, many thought would have to happen at the expense of profitability. But as technology has evolved, solutions have been created, and by all means, also then the support of subsidies, it is not a contradiction. It will be a competitive edge for many years to come, but ultimately, it will be a hygiene factor to operate within the boundaries of our planet, and at the same time, with consistency and profitability, operate over time. Now, in order to be successful in supporting our customers, we often need to address an even larger solution space, what we call an industry vertical. We need to understand even more about the different supply chains and or ecosystems related to a specific industry to really know where CO2 is spent and where revenues and profits are gained and who the stakeholders are. In the Volvo Group, we have ample opportunities to cater to many of these needs. And it's really about identifying the packages of both hardware and services that are necessary in order for us to support our customers in this journey. This is why we talk about driving prosperity through transport and infrastructure solutions. And if you put that in a slightly different context and you really then set a long-term aim at it, for us it's quite obvious and evident that it can only be 100% safe, 100% fossil-free, and 100% more productive. Talking about safe, only a year ago, roughly 1.3 million people globally were killed as a result of road-related accidents. This is a target that we have been addressing and a challenge that we will continue to address to reach that ultimate goal. And same thing then for fossil-free. We know the 1.5 degree challenge and we are committed to reaching it. And there is only one direction, that is 100% fossil-free. And finally then, 100% more productive. You can say that's really delivering on the golden equation of people, planet, profit, and prosperity. We really need to make sure that we're leveraging all that installed capacity in the best possible way with great efficiency. Now, to state that in a different manner, if you so will, to manifest that, the Volvo Group, as of last year, committed to the science-based targets. Now, the challenge is real, and we are committed. We've gotten our science-based targets validated, and we follow them now quarterly to ensure that we're on track. Minus 40% CO2 well-to-wheel reduction from 2019 to 2030 is what we have as our target for on-road products, trucks, and buses. And of course, then a net zero target by 2040. Now that's 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement and the net zero target of 2050. But mind you, the average rolling fleet of our vehicles, the age of that is roughly 10 years, meaning that if we are to meet our mid-century net zero target, we will have delivered the last carbon-emitting vehicle as no later than 2040. Now, one can almost go numb by all these statements and timelines and percentages. But if you pause just for a second and contemplate what it is we're saying that in less than 18 years, the Volvo Group will have delivered its last carbon-emitting vehicle. Now, if I put that in my context, that's shorter time than what I've spent in the industry so far. And I also acknowledge the amount of technology and collaboration that we will need to take place in that time frame to make sure we manage. And that, I would say, is quite the undertaking. Now, in addition to the emissions from our products in use, we also have ambitious targets when it comes to our own operations. And there we've said a reduction of 50% on greenhouse gases by 2030, which is ambitious, I will say. But that being said, our own operations account for less than 1% of our total greenhouse gas emissions. Our products in use, of course, then well over 99%. So here is, of course, where our focus lies. And we are the first commercial vehicle OEM to commit to the 1.5 target. Ambitious, yes, but absolutely necessary, the way we see it. So how do we then intend to tackle this? How do we intend to reach this goal? Well, what you see on the slide right here is essentially then a simplification of our road to our net zero target. And as you will see, it's obviously very linear and academically perfect. I think that in reality, and when we do the aftermath, we will note that it wasn't probably quite as linear. But nevertheless, it points out a few very important things. Number one, we are convinced that we need to have a broad portfolio of options for our customers, even in the long run. We are convinced we will need to have 3 unique technologies in this. It's battery electric vehicles, it's fuel cell electric vehicles, and it is the combustion engine. Now, the first two, the electrical vehicles, they will, without a shadow of a doubt, be the backbone of this transition. Make no mistake. If not least on the mere fact that there will not be sufficient supply of renewable biofuels to cater to the needs of the industry. So that in itself is one driver. But also then, of course, the true, what you say, sustainability of those operations. This being said, there are plenty of applications and transport tasks out there that, quite frankly, will be cumbersome to transition to an electrified solution, meaning that the combustion engine will continue to play an important role even beyond 2040. Mind you then, of course, run on fossil-free renewable fuels. One option being hydrogen, meaning combustion engines run on hydrogen, either gas or liquid hydrogen. Of course, on this journey, policy support and funding will be necessary in order to initiate some of those important enablers, meaning charging infrastructure as well as fueling infrastructure for hydrogen. So on this decarbonization journey, there will be legislative milestones when it comes to CO2 across the globe. And we will, of course, continue to invest in our combustion engines and after-treatment systems in order to increase efficiency, meet the legislative milestones, as well as stay competitive. And what this slide really shows and suggests is, of course, also then the fact that it is, which is a lot of focus on the tailpipe emissions. But make no mistake, we are hard at work also then together with our suppliers and partners to introduce fossil-free materials, ensuring that the debt to the planet, if I say so, that our product holds as it rolls off our production lines will be ultimately zero. So the lineup is clear, and they will all be instrumental alongside of each other to make this transition possible in a seamless manner, catering to all the wide range of transport tasks to ensure that the world functions. People get to where they need to go, and that goods and food reach our homes and our industries. Now, pursuing these advanced technologies simultaneously is quite the undertaking. And it's clear to us that this is a journey that we need to make together with partners that are at the forefront of their respective industries, driving the transition and breaking new ground in both technology as well as business. What you see on the slide here are several proof points of not only the fact that this is happening, but more importantly, that we're really seeing some remarkable outcome. And another reflection that can be made looking at this slide, seeing some of the partners, a thought that only a few years ago was almost unthinkable or unheard of is the fact that we are partnering with some of our fiercest competitors to make this happen. One example, in July, we announced the JV together with Daimler Trucks as well as Traton to build and operate a high-performance public charging network for heavy-duty electric vehicles, both trucks and buses. We're not waiting. We're pooling to make this happen. And by 2025, we aim at having 2,000 charge points across Europe. Another good example, in June, we communicated a new partnership with Ovako, a Swedish-Finnish steel manufacturer. Now, this is a partnership on green hydrogen, much like the one we also have then with the Swedish steel manufacturer SSAB. But this one is particularly interesting, and it's really in regards to the role that hydrogen will play in the future net zero society. And it actually started with Ovako, looking into their process, realizing that where they are currently using propane, they can use oxygen and hydrogen rather. Now, oxygen and hydrogen are a beautiful combination that comes through electrolysis of water. So in their calculations, they note that oxygen is necessary as well as hydrogen. However, then more oxygen than hydrogen, meaning that they will end up with a surplus of hydrogen in their process. And thankfully, and naturally maybe, they reached out to Volvo, knowing that we are very committed also then to making the transition together with a hydrogen economy. So we saw the opportunity to build also transport solutions off of this surplus. And this is just one example of many, many across Europe and the world where big industries such as cement, steel, chemical will have the need and will transition on the back of a hydrogen economy. The transport sector will be roughly 10% of that, but nevertheless, together, this enables some fantastic opportunity. Looking then further, and you see the orange vehicle on the screen is our collaboration. Not only is it an automated vehicle, but it's our collaboration together with SSAB on fossil-free steel. So that is the first vehicle of its kind, and in the world, as far as I understand, that is built off of fossil-free steel. And whilst we're on the topic of automation, we can also then mention Aurora and NVIDIA, two fairly recent partnerships together with us building our autonomous capacities within our virtual drivers, and also then bringing transport solutions to North America in an on-highway application. Further adding our cell-centric JV together with Daimler around fuel cells, as well as then a recent acquisition of a forward-leaning advanced company called DesignWork in the space of electromobility. So what you see in this slide is what I kind of mentioned in my introduction. Several of these partnerships are born out of the Volvo Group's and our partnership's willingness to make this happen, not waiting to resolve what the hen or the egg is, but rather say, let's take the lead. Let's make this happen. Now, the partnerships mentioned here are but a few of what we have ongoing. And we're also nurturing and encouraging everyone in the organization to embrace these possibilities of accelerating innovation through partnerships. And we have a special concept for that. Back in 2019, we launched a concept that, within the Volvo Group that we call CampX. It's a concept and a methodology to encourage and embrace innovative thinking and to capture as many great ideas as possible. And we work in several different ways with this. In a, if I so say, a very structured manner together with our business owners to identify business needs that we want to then accelerate together with startups and partnerships. But we also want to make sure that we grasp all of those great ideas through our entrepreneurial, innovative spirits out there in the organization, giving them a simple and clear legal framework, giving them a simplified governance structure, and thereby allowing them to accelerate their journey to a customer solution to take to market. The projects are typically 3 to 12-month-long sprints, and they can result in anything from a spin-out, so a unique entity, company that we spin out to the market, or that we create products and services that we market through our known channels, or technical solutions that we feed back into our ongoing technology development. In this journey, we want to make sure that we are connected to the leading ecosystems in the world to attract the best talent, but also then to attract the best startups. And I think a good example of that is our partnership together with Drive in Tel Aviv. Truly amazing to see how we can partner and find great solutions. We work in an open, agile way. We invite the startups and cross-functional teams into our facilities to co-locate and to co-create. So far, we have sites in Bangalore, in Gothenburg, and we're just now getting ready to start up in Lyon, and I'm sure more will follow. So, like I stated in my introduction, in this truly disruptive and pivotal point in our industry, there are endless opportunities, new technologies, new business models, and many, many partnerships to learn and thrive from. It's never been more exciting to be in the mobility industry or the transport industry. And quite frankly, I don't think it's ever been so exciting to be an engineer. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope it was inspiring.
Thank you. The Eric and Sheila Sampson Prize, totaling $1 million, is the world's largest prize awarded in the field of alternative fuels and smart mobility. Every year, it is granted to scientists who have made critical advancements in achieving this goal. The Ministry of Science and Technology conducts a rigorous voting process to select the winners, and all of whom are worthy candidates recommended around the world by CEOs and presidents, industry leaders, and experts. And it gives me a great pleasure to introduce the representative of this year's winning team, Professor Gideon Grader, to share his project with us.
Hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here and to tell you the story of our development. We don't have much time, so I'm going to skip on a few slides, or I'm going to go quite quickly. Let's see. Yeah, so the founders for the company, you see them below. It's my partner, Avner Rothschild, Chen Dotan, and myself, and we partnered with Talmon Marco, who is now the CEO of the company. So just to set the stage, we just heard something about hydrogen from Johan, the previous speaker, and I'm going to do it very, very briefly. Hydrogen is a very big market today. It's pretty much split between ammonia and refining businesses. It's not a clean process, okay? It's made by SMR, emitting roughly 3% of the global CO2. And it has a tremendous growth prospect, okay? And this graph that you see here from the Hydrogen Council shows that the hydrogen market is going to grow by about an order of magnitude over the next 30 years. And this is what's driving the tremendous interest in hydrogen. And you could see the applications on the left side. Part of it is mobility, as we heard here before. And much of it is other industries. What is clear that it cannot come from methane, okay? It will not come from methane reforming. It has to come from electrolysis. So very briefly, electrolysis is not new, okay? It's been around for the last 200 years, okay? And the common denominators in today's electrolyzers, I will show them here on this slide, okay? The hydrogen and oxygen are made together. They're made simultaneously. And this has a few severe price tags, Okay, one that is very obvious, if you make the hydrogen and oxygen together, you've got to have a separator. You've got to have a membrane because you don't want the two gases to mix. And that complicates the structure, it makes it more expensive. In fact, making a stack that you see here with the different electrodes is the most costly part of a normal electrolyzer. But the other parts, the other price tags, is that you must put an overpotential mainly on the anode, and consequently, these devices operate at about 0.4 of a volt, maybe a half a volt, more than what it takes to break water. That leads to about 25% energy loss right there and then. Okay, it transfers to joules heating. And that's why electrolyzers typically work at about 70% efficiency. What we did at H2 Pro is what you can see here. Okay, we said we're going to split the process into 2 steps. So in one step we make hydrogen, okay, and we do it by inventing an electrode which is pretty much like a battery electrode. So this green electrode that you see there gets charged when we make hydrogen. So there is no oxygen made, and consequently we can make hydrogen at almost perfect efficiency. Okay? Just because of that. The other thing is that we don't need a membrane. Okay, and that, as you will see in a minute, simplifies a lot the whole design of the cell. But now you have a battery electrode that gets charged, you have to discharge it. This, by the way, happens at roughly at room temperature. So the way to do that is that we exchange the fluid. Okay, and from a cold fluid where we make hydrogen, we exchange to a hot fluid where we make oxygen, and the green electrode gets regenerated. And once it's regenerated, we could go back into a cyclic step. So our technology is a swing mode technology, okay, where these green electrodes, okay, they get charged when they make oxygen, when we make hydrogen, and they get discharged when we make oxygen. And because of the simplicity of this process, we can now take the electrodes and roll them. Okay, so we have rolled electrodes. This is a very well-known technology from the battery field, and it simplifies the whole process. It makes it cheaper and efficient. So in terms of the concept of how this process works, you see it here. So we have electrodes, rolled electrodes. They're stacked inside cylinders. These are the orange cylinders on the right. Okay, and when we want to make a hydrogen, we circulate a cold fluid, a cold electrolyte solution through it. We make hydrogen and it gets separated in the hydrogen separator. When we make oxygen, we flow hot solution through. Okay, and in between, I cannot go through all the details here, we don't have time. But this concept was first of all published in Nature. The second thing is that last year we entered it into a Shell New Challenge competition, and we took first place out of about 3,000 startups. And the last thing is that, yes, we were selected, like was stated before, for the Prime Minister Samson Prize for this year. So now I'm going to go very briefly for H2 Pro. We have to prove stability. We've already done that for about 50,000 cycles. The lifetime of the product is going to be 100,000 cycles. We're now in the midst of scaling up. Okay, and you can see here one of the prototypes we finished back in April, another prototype that is being finished now. Okay, this is, as you can see, the bottleneck for us is making those electrodes. That is where the core technology that H2 Pro is developing, and these units have bigger and bigger electrodes. For next year, we have 2 missions. One is to complete a pilot that will be roughly a half a megawatt in size. This is already a few 200 kilos of hydrogen a day. There are going to be about 6 pilots like that. They're going to be sent to different companies in the world in 2023. And finally, at the end of next year, we're going to be with the first commercial product for the company. So as I said before, electrodes is the name of the game for us. We need to scale up the capacity. You can see here a small electrode, about a half a meter long. This we did at the beginning. And this is the rolled electrode that you saw before. But this is not enough for the scaling up that we need to do for the next systems. So you see here an automatic line that is now set up in Caesarea, where our R&D facility is at. So you can see already it's a 2-meter long electrode. And this will carry us through the development plan for the next 2 years. Okay, it will produce systems that are about 4 megawatts in total. The company is growing. We're already about 70 employees. I have to say, I'm proud to say, we're 40% women. We have about 3,000 square meters of R&D facility in Caesarea. And we're already planning the first factory for H2 Pro. It's going to be located in Tziporit. It's right by Nazareth. There is going to be, what you saw before, an automatic line that's now not 2 meters long, but 8 meters wide. It's going to be about 100 times bigger than the line that I showed you earlier. And it's going to supply about 400 megawatts of systems from here, from this plant. So my last slide, in terms of financing, the company has been doing quite well. We raised roughly $30 million at the beginning of this year. The last investment was led by Breakthrough Energy. This is the Bill Gates Fund. And we are now on the verge of closing another investment of $70 million in the company. It's going to be closing this month. So last slide, I want to summarize. I think I've shown you that the hydrogen market is very large today. It's going to get a lot larger. Okay, there's room here for many, many companies and many technologies. I don't think there is the kind that winner takes it all. There's no silver bullet here. Different solutions will be going to different markets. Our technology is quite interesting in terms of being the highest efficiency and what we believe the lowest cost. We have a very, very strong team, and I thank you for listening.
And what have you been up to today? When mixing the necessary components, industry, academy, and entrepreneurs with the right set of tools from the government, innovative solutions can be born, but how do governments around the world develop the necessary frameworks for innovation? In this next interview, I'm going to try to find out from representatives of 2 governments. Please welcome the Israeli Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Ms. Orit Farkas-Cohen, and her Hungarian counterpart, the Honorable Professor Laszlo Palkovic, Minister of Innovation and Technology. So hello and welcome to both of you. Maybe we should begin with your vision. How do you see the next few years in your countries, and what's your action plans?
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. The second time that I'm participating at this forum. Unfortunately, during the last 2 years it was not possible, so I'm glad that I can be again in Israel. How do we see our country, especially after this 1.5 year or almost 2 years? I think that we needed to reconsider many things. Definitely Hungary put on the front side the innovation, or the innovation ability, high technologies, and modifying the university system. We went through now a large-scale university restructuring. We have taken out the universities from the state household. Well, they are now functioning as private universities, similar to Israel. The state didn't let them far away because the financing based on sort of agreement is further on there, but they should function in a different way. We also increased the financing. In fact, we doubled from this year to the next year. And similar happened to the Innovation and Research Fund. Actually, we doubled also the Hungarian contribution to that. So the financial and legally, this is there. Hungary, the Hungarian industry is considered to be a high-tech industry as far as the production and the products are concerned. So we need to support it also from this side. And well, we are not going to have more people than we have, 10 million roughly. So there is only one way we want to keep it our pace on. It's basically to improve productivity in a way that we will serve the technology.
So if you're talking about the Ministry of Innovation and Science focus on policy, you could have seen it already in the budget bill where we dedicated a chapter regarding the innovation and technology. I think what the COVID-19 crisis showed the Israeli government that the Israeli economy is dependent on the high technology and science market in Israel. This is not something like a cherry at the top or a privilege, and this is an industry that Israel depends upon if we're talking about taxes, if we're talking about resources, if we're talking about the flourishment of this industry. We saw an amazing phenomenon where around the world everybody witnessed a huge economic crisis while our high-tech industry boomed. We are finishing 2021 record-breaking in the numbers of IPOs, of unicorns, of startup, and the high technology markets is amazing. But alongside this success, I think we have a social challenge, because when we look at the inclusion of manpower in the high technology industry, first of all, it suffers from a manpower problem, the labor problem power. But this challenge builds on a social challenge, because when we look at the underrepresented populations, we see the Israeli Arabic population, we see women that are not enough included in this industry. We're looking at the Israeli periphery cities. So we are focusing, and I'm focusing first of all about the manpower challenge in the high technology market. And we have initiated already and launched program regarding easier visas, addressing junior problems. I'm working with the Ministry of Treasury, with the Minister of Treasury, with the Finance Minister about tax benefits for people that we want to bring back to Israel. And we are still working on a governmental plan. So this is one aspect. And the second aspect is, of course, to keep supporting the high technology and science industry. This morning, we launched a new innovation ministry set in Jerusalem by the Colombian government in a ceremony together with the President of Colombia in order to create an easier gate for Israeli technology and science companies to Latin America. And only an hour ago, we signed another scientific cooperation agreement with His Excellency, the Minister of Hungary. And I think that the future is in also international collaborations. We see it, for example, in the AI area, where the regulation and the standards are illustrative of international challenges. And we should go by the international, I think, standards, so that the high-tech industry and the science industry will have a comfortable environment to work with.
So now I'll ask you to be a bit more specific, because innovation is a very nice headline, but it involves a lot of subjects and fields. What's your strategy? In what fields do you prefer to invest as a government, as a minister?
In Hungary, 4 years ago, we elaborated different technological platforms. We assessed the global challenges, what is relevant from them to Hungary, what are the technological fields which are going to be representative in our industry economy, but industry economy as well. And we identified fields like Industry 4.0. So this is robotization. This is already has a relationship with already mentioned productivity. artificial intelligence. We elaborated the strategy 2 years ago and started the deployment of the strategy. It includes many things. It includes the legal environment, how are we going to deal with public data, with private data, how do we generate the background for that, for example, the computing power. We started to develop HPCs to a level of about 50 petaflops capacity, huge capacity. So this is going on. We had a look at other cutting-edge technologies like hydrogen, for example, that's for Hungary as an interim storage, as we have heard in the previous presentation, but also as a fuel plays a very important role if we want to reach our 2050 target, where we have a good chance to reach it, but we need to deal with that today. Battery technology, we are going to have the second largest battery production capacity in Hungary. 5G as communication, but it's more than communication. So this is the background for the future industries. So these are all the fields or the technological fields where we are investing. We produce the legal environment and also the government, the state support, the subsidies which are given to companies. This goes all in this direction. Of course, investment is one thing. Money is just money, but you need to generate the necessary innovation background. So we consider the universities, which could be the focal points of that. Not only the academic research which is going on in the university, but actually we were not very creative. We copied it from Israel. We established the network of the science parks, which are on the side of the university and combines the university with the industry. So here we invest quite a lot of money. For horizontal cooperation, we established the network of the national laboratories in all those fields which are relevant for the Hungarian state. Some of the mentioned ones, but there are also human elements of that. So these are all the investments, what we are doing and the actual issues.
Would you say you invest enough?
I would say no. So we should invest more. But if I compare it for the status of, let's say, 2 years, then there is a significant investment. Just giving you an example, this university model change will not only include the doubling of the financing, but the universities are going to get roughly 7 billion euros in the next 3 years. It's a huge amount for the University of Hungary, which is for their infrastructural equipment development. So we could invest more, but if I compare it to the other investments, it's always, I mean, Israel and Hungary, there are two different countries, but if I compare it to other investments, then this is currently a huge investment. It should be more actually, but that's the target.
In that aspect, I want to say before we're talking about the technological priorities, my passion is with regards to education of the kids of Israel. And I'm pushing forward together with the Minister of Education an initiation that every child in Israel will be able to enjoy as part of his mandatory education program, not on afternoon classes to the ones who are strong and so on, to learn another language of computing, of technology and so on. When we look at the best competing countries with Israel with regards to high technology, they all have the same programs. And that, in my view, would also be a tool to social mobility in the periphery kids of Israel that unfortunately don't have the same opportunity to achieve and to get a job or to be a part and included of the high technology market. But when we're talking about technologies, we can say that the government of Israel at the moment is very focused on AI. Last week I was in a visit at the OECD and with the Ministry of France of Innovation and Technology and Education regarding collaboration with the issues of AI. I was appointed by the government in a cabinet resolution to lead the policy and the regulation. AI is a fundamental part of the high-tech industry in Israel over many companies. It is on the basis of almost every technology, and it arises a lot of ethical questions of privacy and so on. And in that sense, we want to be part of the work internationally. And on the infrastructure level, there is a great work done by the Innovation Authority, the Defense Ministry, the Council of High Education, and they are already launching an RFI with regards to high-performance computer in Israel. of a development of LNP, sorry. LNG, it's from my previous world of energy, but LNP, NLP from English and in Arabic and Hebrew, so that we will have another basis in Israel. And the third thing is about the human resources, and that will be led by the Academic Council. With regards to other areas of national priorities in technology, I appointed the Research and Development Council in Israel, the MOLMOP, which is consisted of all academia and industry people, to prepare recommendation to the State of Israel of national priorities of the State of Israel that has to do with the technological areas. The criteria that they got was to look at what's the world is focused on, but also where Israel has strategic advantages, because we're also committed to our industry and we want our industry to get the best advantage that it can. So we're of course talking about, when we're talking about the Innovation Authority, it is everywhere, Meditech, climate, bioconvergence, and fintech, and so on. And you know, the sky is the limit, I think, when we are talking about the Israeli technology industry.
So if to be even more specific, we are in a Smart Mobility Convention, and we've been talking a lot about autonomous vehicles. Would you please describe the timeline in each country? How do you see, in terms, of course, of regulation and legislation, how do you see the timeline of autonomous vehicles in your countries?
Well, Hungary is doing quite well with this specific field of our automotive industry. Automotive industry is the strongest one in Hungary. It represents roughly 25% of the Hungarian output, so that's significant. And not only production, but also research and development. We've just recently calculated that the number of the engineers who are dealing with autonomous and electrified vehicle development, it's exceeded the 10,000. So this is a huge number. That was the reason that the Hungarian government 4 years ago decided to build the world's most modern validation facility for autonomous vehicles, not only for road vehicles, but also for low-altitude vehicles, drones, their cooperative control, and also for off-road vehicles. So this work is being finished at the end of this year. Currently, we have a testing facility which is fully digitalized. It means that we can fully control the testing facility as well, that they are able to define different type of scenarios where they put the autonomous vehicle in. We also, 5 years ago, opened the Hungarian roads for testing any level of autonomous vehicles up to level 5, provided that the company who's dealing with that is on a certain level, and also the maturity level of the prototype reached B sample, C sample somewhere. So that is going on, and I would think that to resolve the future mobility issues, not only the driveline, the only players, so all greening the driveline, electrifying and so on, but how not to lose energy in an improper driving way. So that's why the autonomous systems, they are offering many other opportunities, utilization of the road infrastructure, so I can get the vehicles closer to each other, not having disturbances, not having accidents, because I can avoid with these systems, to operate the vehicle in more stationary mode, and not having transients which consumes energy regardless what the energy is. So I think that it is the way where we are going. Currently, I would say that with level 3 vehicles we are able to reach quite a good level, so the technology is there. Still there is some hesitation from the community side whether we should do it or not, but I think that if all these targets we want to reach, then we need to trust in this technology, and the technology is ready for that.
The smart mobility industry in Israel is world leading again, and we're talking about over 600 companies that are dealing with this area. If we're talking about the investments in Israeli companies in that area, of course including Mobileye, which is one of the leading companies, we're talking about 25 billion shekels in the last decade. And this is, of course, a leading area in Israel. What we do in order to help it is, first of all, we promoted a sandbox legislation. If I'm correct, it is the first of a kind in Israel. And what it means to do is basically to create an ability to the Israeli companies to experiment their innovations and technicalities and their products in the real world without having to transfer these branches internationally, as we unfortunately see. So I hope this is helpful. And when we're talking about AI, which is a very significant part of every smart mobility industry. So like I said, we are preparing the infrastructure in Israel. We defined it as an international priority in the technology area. We are progressing with the regulations so that the companies will feel okay. And of course, we have all the, the subsidies and the support that we give. And I hope that we will continue to be leading. When we're talking about smart mobility, it has to do with across of all realms of life. If we're talking about the drones, if we're talking about aviation, it's not only transportation, in the roads, but if we succeed in that challenge of supporting this industry, we are also helping the climate and the emission targets in Israel. It has to do also with the energy sector challenges. We have to do a lot of regulation in that regards also when we're talking about also other supportive area of the government. And of course, we need to do better with the interactions with the government.
We didn't manage to talk about so many subjects, but our time is up. So thank you very much, both ministers, for coming here today.
I just want to say something that is not purely technological. I think that the amazing status that Israel has in the area of technology is not only an economic, advantage. It is also a great diplomatic advantage that shows Israel in a place that is outside of a political conflict, doing so much good for the world in climate, in health, in every area of humankind. And I will try to harness it a little bit more in order to create the bridges between other countries and the state of Israel, because that's what we should do.
And we try to learn from Israel.
Thank you so much for both of you. So we have the innovations, we have the regulations, we have the solutions, but in order to really move forward, we need local governments to implement all these. In the next panel, we will discuss some challenges faced by these local governments. So please welcome our moderator, Mr. Sagi Vela, Director of Business Development at Waycare, along with Ms. Mital Havi, Deputy Mayor of Transportation at the Municipality of Tel Aviv-Yafo, Dr. Sean Wilson, Secretary of the Louisiana Department of Transportation and Development, Mr. Gil Lasser, CEO at GoTo Global, and joining us online from Italy, Ms. Giovanna Desposito, General Manager, Southern European at Uber. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hila, for the introduction. Also, on a personal note, thank you, Hila, for being such an inspiration for women and young girls in Israel, including my daughter. So thank you. Thank you for joining us physically and virtually. There's been a lot of discourse about technologies and innovation coming from Israel, but globally. And the one thing that is missing is, the roads that we're driving is congested as ever. We're seeing more and more casualties, regardless of the innovation that we're just seeing in our own eyes. And with this panel, with the help of the panelists here, I would like to kind of investigate a little bit more on the gaps, on why is still we're seeing those gaps. And we have also two of the use cases from the private sector talking about their experience working with local governments and municipalities. So I would like to start with Joanna. Joanna, thank you for joining us. So Uber was one of the pioneers in mobility as a service, and you didn't really ask anyone, you just acted. You know, you were pioneering. A lot of the municipalities were still kind of sitting on the fence. But since then, you have matured in a tremendous way. And can you please share with us your experience and also some use cases of working together more as a partnership with municipalities, with local governments, and seeing this kind of mature?
Yes, of course. Hello, Sagi. Hi, everyone. First of all, thanks for having me. What a pity not to be able to be there in person. You know, I hope that there will be another opportunity soon. To your question, yes, you are right. We started in a rather disruptive way. Uber started as a black car service before expanding into proper ride sharing. And I think back at the time, you know, we were seeing ourselves as a technology disruptor within a category that was not anymore, or not always and not everywhere, really served the needs of its customers. At least that's how we felt. And, you know, and we thought that we wanted to change the rules of the game and offer a better service. Now, what we learned over the years is that we could actually serve a better, broader, bigger mission and transition from being a black car service to a proper transportation platform. And in order to do that, we certainly needed to change some of our ways. And, you know, there has been, to Uber's credit, quite a big transformation, both externally and internally. And we've learned, I believe, quite effectively over the years to work with local and central governments to really and truly transform how people get around. You know, today our vision is that we want anyone to be able to open our app around the world and choose from a variety of transportation options. And in order to achieve that, quite clearly, we need to partner with all the actors, you know, in the broader mobility arena, whether it's municipalities, central governments, or other private providers of other transportation modes. You asked me about use cases. There are, in fact, plenty of examples where this vision is a reality. So if you open our app now in some of the big capitals around the globe, like Paris or London or New York, you will find a quite wide variety of transportation options. You'll find lots of integrated micromobility solutions like Lime scooters or e-bikes or even mopeds. You find shared services such as Uber Pool alongside our core product UberX. You also find more than 40 cities where we have launched Uber Green, that is electric vehicles, as we are on the path to deliver some quite aggressive commitments, especially in Europe, on electrification. And you find lots of public transit options. So, for example, in partnership with the Paris municipality, or London, or Lisbon, or Madrid, or Rome, and many more. So some of the use cases that I can mention are in cities such as Chicago, London, Mexico City, Sydney, where we offer riders the ability to actually plan ahead an integrated journey that includes both public transportation and Uber trips, promoting therefore, you know, a dual usage of transportation in that sense. We have more novelty situations like the one in Dallas, Texas, where what the city of Dallas does is to offer its citizens subsidized Uber Pool trips within several zones around the city so that they can complement their existing bus and rail service. You know, there are areas of the cities where it will not be economical for the municipality to operate their routes, and therefore offering shared rides through Uber Pool is the most efficient for the municipality and for citizens way of reaching those routes. And you can actually then use that service either directly through the Uber app or through the Dallas City Transit app. Another use case is what we recently launched in Munich and Berlin, where Uber is now provided as a last mile service from metro stations. Generally, what all of those examples point to is that Uber and generally ride-hailing platforms really thrive in those cities where there is a strong public transit infrastructure. And to this effect, there has been a study that we've commissioned in 8 cities globally, where we wanted to see how mobility recovered after the pandemics, or hopefully after, hopefully we're done with that. And the study, I think, will be released later this month. But anyway, what
Joanna,
that shows...
please, just final comments, because I would like to move to the next guest. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Absolutely.
Okay, have you concluded?
Oh, yes, you were asking me to conclude. I didn't catch
Thank
that.
you very much. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So the next question is Secretary Wilson. So I mentioned a little bit about local governments and municipalities kind of sitting on the fence, seeing all the technology coming in, but kind of deciding not to take a position. But now we're seeing that transition in leadership and taking also some risks. I would love if you can share some of your inputs and also your experience with your fellow colleagues.
Sure, Sagiv. So, as the Prime Minister mentioned earlier, technology is a global issue. So are issues of congestion and fatalities on our roads and problem points. And you're right that municipalities historically have not been systematically engaged at bringing the solutions. State departments of transportation, larger governmental entities, in fact, are. I think that's changing quite a bit, in large part because of the disruptiveness of services like Uber. I can tell you, as the state regulator for T&Cs in Louisiana, it can be painful when you bring a new resource, a new asset to a community and just drop it. We saw it with scooters, we see it with other micromobility solutions, we see it with T&Cs, but they actually prove to be very valuable, and it challenges state governments and local governments to accommodate that particular asset. You may have noticed that the bipartisan infrastructure bill passed and was signed and is going to be transformative for these type of technological advances, specifically in the area of safety, mobility, and engagement, with a lean toward equity. And so there's going to be resources that are going to be available, significant amounts of resources, over $1.2 trillion in the United States, which is one of the exciting reasons why I'm here, is because you've got so many startups with technological solutions that actually work. That's of value to us. And so the secret is really tapping into that local government, trying to help them from the state level, from a national level to a local level, to implement these types of resources in a way that produces real results. And so I think all the locals will value saving lives and reducing congestion and making their citizens have less time in transit or in mobile solutions to get to their destinations. But you're right, it's an evolving process, and I think the more activity that we see, the more likely local officials are to be able to take chances and to take risks. And I would also tell you that it's important, particularly for companies that are learning and looking to expand globally, think about it in terms of the political timeline, because a mayor may be elected for 4 years. Their council may be elected for 4 years, and if they get another one, that's an 8-year window to be transformative. And so a lot of times to take these risks, you can't do it in year 1 or year 2, but you can do it in year 3, possibly, and maybe even year 4 to help you get year 5. And year 5 on, you can really knock the ball out the park with innovation and disruptive solutions that actually bring value to your citizens.
So as a follow-up, I think that one of the key issues is governments are still trying to fight new problems, new very complex problems with just old toolbox. And you mentioned the infrastructure bill, and a lot of startups, a lot of technology providers are looking into this bill to kind of maybe to see a potential in digitalizing the roads, But what is your take on this? Is it a real an opportunity, or it's more of the old stuff to come?
No, I think it's a real opportunity. You know, to quote Secretary Buttigieg, you know, he calls it the big deal. We had the New Deal 50 plus years ago. This is a big deal, and it has to do with big data. And big data is going to be here from now on. A lot of what we've talked about at this conference is really about taking data and integrating it, massaging it, and delivering a service or resource of some kind. And so I think what you're seeing is a real approach to how do you use that data to be able to make better decisions, to provide better solutions for citizens. And so I think it's a real deal. And I think there's going to be real financial investment on behalf of the United States in state departments of transportation with an imperative to work locally. And, you know, as the incoming newly elected president of the American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, our job, my priority is to help us do two things. One, create a pathway to equity, and then two, to be more collaborative with local governments because we don't have all the answers. Those solutions are going to be resolved locally with companies that are represented here and abroad working on the ground, making those decisions and making things happen.
Perfect, thank you very much. The next question is for you, Gil. So if we talked about, you know, the strategy of Uber coming up into the market, you had a different strategy. You're from day one choosing to partner with the municipalities, with local governments. Can you please share with us, first of all, kind of the mindset behind the strategy, also give kind of the value proposition that you're giving to municipalities?
Thank you. For sure. So, yeah, GoTo actually offer today to, actually, we understand it's better working with cities and with the municipality and actually for the citizens. And, you know, GoTo as a company actually provide today a technology that cover all the transportation needs for the users. So we offer from micromobility to mopeds to cars, long trip, short trip in actually one app. And by understanding that this is the only solution that can convince people to reduce or to give up their own car and actually start to use alternative mobility, we actually understand that we are the solution. And by offering our solution to the cities that actually we are facing exactly the same problem, we understand that by working together, we actually can gain a lot of profit. And the city of Tel Aviv is a great example, is a project that started in 2016 by understanding that if we really want to convince people to give up their own car, we need to give them a total solution. So I don't know if you know, but for example, the Autotel project that we are doing with Tel Aviv Municipality is one of the best in the world in any index. Number of rides, number of riders, the LTV, the SLA that we give to the citizen. And the answer, we can ask ourselves why this project is so unique. And I think it's only because we're working for day one with the local government, thinking together on everything from where to allocate those cars up to what will be the price. Working with the municipality gives us the advantage to get a lot of data, what the citizen wants. And I think in the end, we prove that this is the right way to act, working end-to-end, offer the citizen the right product, and we see it in the numbers.
Perfect, thank you very much. Meital, so Tel Aviv is well known for its open innovation, and you're doing a lot for a municipality. Also, you won the Smart City, I think, 4 years ago, right? But what are you doing today to implement technologies and startups that are coming? If you can elaborate a little bit.
Okay, so we are speaking about technology of mobility, and first of all, we have a vision to look at transportation as mobility as a service. And now I'm sitting here, and there is two companies that speaking about mobility as a service. It was Uber before, and now GoTo. And really, you can see that the attitude of the two companies was different. And that's why one of them is now in Israel going up, and the second one, I don't know, that they don't work in Israel. But when Uber came to me a few years ago to speak with me, I told them, listen, I'm a municipality. In Israel, the government is very centralized, and we cannot do things that the government didn't allow us to do. So let's think how you can get inside the country without breaking the rule, because first get in without breaking the rule and then change the rule. And they came together with Get Taxi. It was the same period. Two companies start getting into Israel in the same time. One of them decided to go against the government that says that we won't give to private car to give a service. We don't know how to do it. There is also a big power of the taxi driver, of the union of the taxi driver that will stop it. There is a political issue. And Get Taxi, the second company that started with Uber, decided to go with the taxi driver and to offer their technology due other kind of service. And that's worked for Get and didn't work for Uber. That's what we see. When I look at GoTo, I say they was brilliant. Really. They came to us, they offer something that suit our vision, and they sit with us and look at how can we do it as a service that the government, the city council can decide about without interfering of the government. So we decided at the beginning about local service. Not metropolitan, we cannot decide about all the metropolitan, we cannot decide about all the country. Very local service that the city, because they made it as a custom-made suit for us, was also willing to put money on it and to make joint ventures. And they start with the bike, with the telephone, and they continue with the car, with the autotel, and they will continue and give more service in Tel Aviv and out of Tel Aviv. And that's a way to work in a country that you must know that the government is very centralized and the local authority have limited about their ability to break this line. And you have to know how to work with them. In Tel Aviv, we have this atmosphere and energy of open innovation, as you said, and we all the time look for technology and kind of and how we do it. We have an active way to act and we have a passive way to act. In the passive way, we have a form of technology that is open his door once in a month, once in 2 months. Everybody is sitting there, decision maker, together with the worker that from the community department and from the computer department, from the transportation department and from the infrastructure department. All are sitting together and listening to the idea that come from outside. Things that we didn't invite to come in, but they come, they want to suggest us, and sometimes they suggest things that we didn't think about and we want them. And when we want the kind of idea, we ask how we can work together. Maybe we give them a place in our city lab. We have a city lab, a city zone we call it, and when it's in a kind of technology that we want to advance, we give them to make a pilot, we give them a place to sit, we give them the help that we can. That's one way. The other way is active. We have problem in the city, and sometimes we can know what are the problem and to put the finger on the problem. For example, something that bothers us a lot today is the stealing of the bike. Okay, micromobility, we have about 30,000 steals of bike every year. It's become a disaster. It's hurt our vision to become the bicycle city, and therefore we decide about competition. We do a call for paper. We ask company to come and to help us with the police, with anybody that deal with this problem, to sit together and to try to find a solution. Either it's a technical solution of how to close the bike in the open area, or it's a application solution, or it's a map solution, or whatever. They touch me not to decide what is the solution, just to know to map the problem. And in the point that we know how to map the problem, and we do a call for, there is a great mind that outside that are ready to work with us and to give us the solution together with us. So we work non-stop on it.
Thank you very much. Decentralizing is something that is definitely something that's going on in the world, and we're seeing obviously in Israel as a very centralized country. It's definitely one of the solutions. So we're running out of time. I would love to have another set of questions. I think this topic eventually influence everyone who's driving and you know, seeing the congestion and kind of cursing about the situation now. But I'll kind of turn on kind of the conclusion of the panel, which is, you know, in the end, you have the private sector and it's moving really, really fast and it's advancing and it's disrupting. But eventually, we will need the local governments to show the leadership. We will need them, and they will not move until us citizens will come and demand more. We need to demand more from the local governments, from the public officials. We need to demand more and to put mobility as something, you know, the ministry just talk about, you know, inclusion and the power, the amount of share, economic value, you know, to people in the, you know, connecting. You were also mentioning it, you know, connecting rural population and introducing them to the economy. So in the end, it should be the #1 priority for the government, and it's basically up to us, to the citizen, to raise our voices and demand more from the government.
But let me say one sentence. If you wait for the citizens to demand, they will demand parking, okay? That's the first demand in Tel Aviv. Okay? You must lead. If you don't lead through your vision and you ask the people to demand, they won't demand from you to make the vision come true. They will tell you that's for the next generation, not now. And as a politician, it's sometimes very hard to lead things that are not popular. But after a few years, and you come for a limited time, after a few years, either you do history or you are history.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. You need to be brave. So I think in the end, technology companies like us can donate a lot to the cities from data issue, from the solution that we are give. And I think totally right, Meital. You need to be brave. You need to do some things that maybe they are not the most sexy things, but again, to create this disruption, you must be brave and make those changes, because, you know, the problem it is, we have too many cars, we don't have enough parking spots, so the only thing that we can solve is by this technology. You need to brave and implement those services. The solution is here. You don't need to wait to the next generation.
I totally agree. Joanna, we're time's up, so I'm getting screams on the earpiece. Any kind of last words?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much, the Deputy Mayor, for all their observations. Just, you know, on our side, what I can say is that the experience that she represented was somehow the old ways, and we have a very strong track record of working very effectively with municipalities, which is a testament to how I believe that partnership is absolutely needed and possible. And she pointed to private companies being welcome to provide some solutions. I do believe that a company with a global scale can absolutely partner in that sense and bring various, you know, novelty solutions to those problems that she has pointed. So we very much look forward to working with her and with the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you, guests.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers. As we near the end of our summit here, after discussing all these incredible technological revolutions, we cannot help but turn our minds to one final question. Who will foot the bill? I'm referring, of course, to industry investors who have played and will continue to play a crucial part in advancing the industry. Let's talk about how investors turn vision into action by welcoming back our host of this summit, Ms. Daniela Guerra-Margaliot, the Deputy Managing Director of the Smart Mobility Initiative, to moderate, along with Ms. Talia Rafaeli, partner at Compass, Dr. Tal Cohen, founding partner at Next Gear Ventures and Drive TLV, Mr. Michael Granoff, managing partner at Maniv Mobility, and Mr. Avi Feldman, managing partner at Mobilion Ventures. Please.
everybody. Very excited to be here. Nearing the end of the summit. It's been a lot of fun. And thank you all for joining me for this final panel. I'd like to start with just throwing out a few fun facts about the global smart mobility market, and then we'll take it from there. So according to a recent report by McKinsey, in the past decade, there have been over $220 billion invested in smart mobility companies in over 1,100 companies worldwide. The number one geographical area where all these companies were is America, not surprising. The number two, followed by, was China, and then the UK, but the number four is Israel, okay? The fourth largest, let's say, mobility market according to the McKinsey report, and I think that's pretty amazing. And as you know, today we're celebrating 10 years, a decade to the Israeli ecosystem, and we're very proud of what's happening here. We've had over $24 billion of foreign investments in Israeli smart mobility companies. We have over 650 companies active today in our market, and we have 35 international R&D centers here in Israel. So with all that in mind, I'd now like to look forward and see what's happening, what will be happening in the near future. As we know, a lot of disruption, it's been said all over the summit, and a lot of things are changing and moving around and happening. And these are very interesting times, I think, for investors specifically, and for all of us. So I'd like to start really, I think, my first question here to Dr. Tal Cohen. Here you are, hello. Dr. Tal Cohen, founder of Drive TLV and Next Gear Ventures. Tal is an entrepreneur, investor, and an expert in venture creation. In the past few years, he helped many Israeli mobility startups grow and create significant value. Dr. Cohen, in your words, how is mobility disruption shaping up? And what are the main challenges that you think the Israeli smart mobility startup scene can help solve?
Thanks very much for the question, Daniel. Pleasure to be here with my respected colleagues here. So, really, what we are witnessing these days is unprecedented. The mobility field already was emerging in a big way for the last probably 10, 15 years. And what happened in the last, I would say, 2 years accelerated some processes. Not just accelerated, but also focused it. Okay? So I think that right now the mobility field is focusing on, I would say, sustainable mobility. The meaning of turning mobility from, I would say, mobility that belongs to the ICE, internal combustion engine, age, into the electrification age. But if you look at it, even double click, what is electrification age? It's more than just putting a battery on a car and replacing the power from internal combustion to electric power, but it's more about the ramification of that. The infrastructure around that, the manufacturing positioning that is about taking care of the circularity, making sure that the emission in manufacturing is still down. So it's touching an ecosystem that is much more caring about the ecosystem. We're still obviously just at the beginning of that. So what it means that we're starting with the sets of declaration for the past few years about the OEMs, about how they want to achieve some goals. But I think it's followed up by one of our partners, you saw Hertz, is buying 100,000 Teslas. But I think there are going to be many downstream effects that's going to impacting our mobility field. So that's one wave. I didn't mention the word autonomous driving necessarily, okay? But how does it impact our field? That's the later part of your question. So the challenges are enormous, and I don't think we understand yet what are the challenges we have to face. And on top of that, so we move from a stage where which it was tremendous innovation, but I think the innovation is going to grow globally and in Israel. And as we move from innovation that is much more aggressive to kind of hyper innovation, we also move into a field by which the market, the OEMs, the people that we're all interacting with, are facing more uncertainty because they step into unknown, okay? And as they step into unknown, they need to rely more on innovation in a wider sense. So they're stepping into riskier and riskier domains. And I think that what we present here, opportunities in Israel and startups, are a method to de-risk this innovation. So instead of having, departments that are associated with development, they can partner with startups. And partnering with a startup is a de-risking strategy. And it's become more important as you get out of your core competency. And that's what's required from the automotive world right now, to get out of your core competency. As you have to invest in charging infrastructure, understand better about alternative energy, understand more user experience. And I think that's where the Israeli technology can lend itself to more value to this world.
Thanks a lot.
Sure.
Well, following directly to what you mentioned before about the environment and how important this has become, and we're hearing about it all the time in COP26 in Glasgow now, and generally speaking, I'd like to turn to Talia Rafaeli. What did I want to say here? Let's see. I have a good question for you. As you just said, the automotive world is really now setting goals such as zero emissions by 2030 and climate neutrality by 2050. And I was wondering, what insights can you share with us from your previous experience in Porsche and your current role in your newly founded VC climate-focused Compass, as to the opportunities for smart mobility startups in the foreseeable future?
Sure. So, Daniela, thank you, and thanks for having me. I think what's interesting in that aspect is that when most people think about innovation in smart mobility, they think about autonomous driving, they think about electrification, they think about the digital car, they think about new business models, and there is a different aspect, and I say this from the perspective of someone who worked for 4 years in an OEM, focusing on the future innovation and where kind of the attention of the car manufacturers has been in the past, I guess, 18 to 24 months. And that is the topic of sustainability. Obviously, all of the other four, domains continue to be extremely relevant and of high importance. But what we've seen, from the perspective of a German, automotive manufacturer, is a real drive to find new technologies in the areas of how to get large industrials to net zero, whether it's by 2030, whether it's by 2050. But there is a whole new breadth of technologies that is emerging, and a lot of opportunity now to focus on how to help, not only automotive OEMs, but industrials in general, to meet these goals. And these goals are going to come as a result of regulation, legislation, events like COP26 that we're witnessing now. The effects that are going to come out of these, when governments are getting together and deciding, okay, what will regulation look like? The only real answer is technology. And there is a whole, wealth of innovation and opportunity for entrepreneurs to come in and bring, their knowledge into this area, whether it's, helping, automotive manufacturers understand their supply chain better, have greater transparency, ownership, and accountability of, what materials they're using. You're looking at processes that are antiquated and manual, and there's a lot of, opportunity for technologies to come in. We're hearing topics like carbon accounting, carbon sequestration, AI, for production and manufacturing. All of these, are extremely relevant, and basically what the impetus for myself to then go and launch a fund that's focusing primarily on that is technologies that are really going to allow industries to make this sustainability transformation and the digital revolution possible, because that's really where a lot of the opportunity lies today.
It's amazing. Good luck. One of the big difficulties we all know, or the risks when you're dealing with smart mobility and innovation, and OEMs on the other hand, which is what we've been hearing about so far, is the excruciatingly long time to market. Okay, one of the maybe interesting things about the aftermarket is that it's a much faster lane. Okay, because you're dealing mainly directly with consumers instead of with the OEMs, and maybe. I'd like to turn to Avi Feldman. co-founding and managing partner at Mobilian Ventures, and ex-CEO of Capital Nature, both VCs in the smart mobility domain. Avi, focusing primarily on aftermarket technologies, what will be your focus in the near term?
So, thank you. I think that, first of all, I would like to shed a little bit light on why aftermarket. And other than what you just said, that those are faster tracks to bring technology to be on board any given car or any given vehicle. It's also that the aftermarket is moving much faster than the OEMs in terms of sales. So, for example, if you look at growth rates, you see that the aftermarket is 3 to 4 times faster than the OEM pace of in terms of sales. Of course, it's the rate; it's not the overall size of the market. If you look 10 years ahead, you'll see that the aftermarket would become much bigger. Why is that? The last panel talked about mobility as a service. As mobility as a service would kick in, as transportation operators would be bigger because their fleets would have larger share in the market. Most of the vehicles would be generic, and you would see that the technology offering would be of modularity, so you can pick whatever you would like on a certain vehicle according to the service it's going to provide. So the aftermarket, our belief is that the aftermarket is going to be bigger and bigger in terms of shares, and we believe that we can bring those technology. You know, most of the conversation today is going to the OEMs. Okay, so the OEMs are becoming more and more the centric point of the industry, where by moving towards mobility as a service, the consumer becomes more important. Personalization, data-driven services, and so on. So our effort is to focus on that exactly. And in any given category, technological category within, we tend to look for the aftermarket angle. So for example, if we're talking about electrification and EVs, and I'm a great fan of that, most of my investment in Capital Nature were in that respect, and doing great since. We tend to look for aftermarket opportunities such as safety. Okay, more lithium-ion batteries on the road. You know, lithium-ion is sensitive. It tends to explode. So you need aftermarket technologies that you can embed upon a vehicle today, because the problem is today. It's not going to the manufacturers tomorrow. So that's one angle. If you're talking about autonomous vehicles, then look for what you can retrofit. There are vehicles that their value or their cost in terms of replacing them is huge. Why not to retrofit existing vehicles? And so on and so on. So in each category, you can find those specific technologies that can you can direct them exactly towards the aftermarket, and this is exactly what we are looking for.
Thanks a lot, Avi. And Michael, I'd like to turn to you now. Your journey in mobility began when you were involved in the founding of Better Place, way back in 2007 when I was just a baby. You've seen the emergence of the sector with headline companies like Waze and Mobileye, and Maniv Mobility has invested in nearly 24 mobility startups in Israel today. Given that perspective, could you just tell us a bit what you think about is going to happen next in the mobility scene in Israel?
Sure. Yeah, you remind me with about 15 years in the electrification space, it reminds me of what President Trump said when he was asked, why the virus didn't go away the way that he said it would. He said, well, eventually I'll be right. So that's how I feel now that electrification is finally kind of conventional wisdom in the industry and beyond. Yeah, look, first of all, everything that the distinguished panel has said so far is true, and I think it's a very vivid demonstration of just how rich the opportunity is in mobility technology right now. Effectively, I think the last 30 years, like from the early 90s until the present, we've seen a maturity of digitization around information and communication. And I think that process in transportation really just began within the last decade, and it's going to play out over at least that period of time, and it's going to bring all sorts of, I think, wonderful opportunities for consumers and opportunities to obviously decarbonize the transportation economy and make things more convenient, more accessible, more affordable for consumers and for commuters. So I think it's fantastic, and it's very exciting to be involved. One of the things that hasn't been touched on so far, I think, but we're seeing more and more, especially here in Israel, is the headlines these days are around the supply chain and the vulnerability of it, and the answer, of course, is going to be in technology. And, we view mobility as movement of people, but also the movement of goods. And there's more and more innovation happening around the movement of goods, whether it is over the road, and I think truck driver shortages around the world is going to be a real pull for autonomous trucking. We're seeing some of that. Gaddix experiment this week coming to light, being one example. But also warehouse automation, port automation, so much creativity required here, so much underlying software, cybersecurity, etc. Lots of things that are in the Israeli technology DNA and huge opportunities that we look forward to seeing over the coming years.
I couldn't agree more, and I think we have a lot of interesting things even out here in the exhibition dealing with now moving into maritime and also aviation and stuff, because the core, as you said, the core technologies are relevant for all mobility, air, sea, and ground. So thanks a lot. And I think we have time for like one quick other question for everybody, so I'll make it like an easy one, and you could all give me your insights, because it's a good opportunity. So the question is really, what do you think are the opportunities that the Israeli ecosystem is yet to tap into? Okay, and we haven't done so yet. What's really still out there that we have a long way to go, and that's a good opportunity for everybody here to hear. I could start with Avi, and then we'll go around this way.
I would focus on the service side. I think that when you create the opportunity that vehicles today are going to be connected, and we already see that, and you start to have huge databases of data coming from the vehicle itself, profile of driving. Now we have to focus on what kind of new services we want to be able to apply and to embed upon the vehicles tomorrow. And I think that those are the low-hanging fruits that you can focus on and bring to market really easily in the short term.
Data-driven services.
Right.
Ta?
It's really kind of I don't know if it's tough to single one, okay, or category, but I think that we will see transition of capability and understanding from what we used to, the OEM world, the automotive world, to more into the infrastructure player, communication, the elements that are going to connect the tissue between the smart city, the roads. So I think that paying attention to how this evolve will help create, better service to us as humanity on all dimensions, or it be the safety, or it be the streamline of concept like Mike was saying about logistics. But moreover, it's going to be about the infrastructure that we need for the energy, for the charging infrastructure. So I think that we have right now an effort in the automotive world that is led by the OEMs, as we see it from the entrepreneur perspective, but it's going to be wider. It's going to be from the regulation, what Talia touched about the carbon credit, and the whole thing is going to come into a movement that is being led by anybody other than the OEM necessarily. So we have to be attentive to that.
Great, thanks a lot. Mike?
So real quick, a year ago, there were all sorts of articles about how New York was dead and everyone was fleeing cities, and you didn't have to be in cities anymore because you could work remotely and all this. And I think we already know that that was all baloney. And people want to live more densely, and that's a trend that's been happening for decades, whether it's in China, Europe, US. Here in Israel, we've certainly seen it. People want to live more densely, and there are huge implications for that as far as mobility is concerned. One of them is that we're going to need more lighter weight vehicles. And to do that safely and at scale, it's going to require a lot of imagination, a lot of cooperation between authorities and innovators. And the last panel, I liked the deputy mayor's comment that you either make history or you are history. I think that's right. I think that municipal policies around vehicles in cities and infrastructure is going to be the story of this coming decade.
Thanks. Talia?
Touch upon what Mike said. I think that as time goes, we're becoming much more connected. I think instead of thinking of ourselves as silos in mobility and in smart cities and in smart homes, we're going to become this one connected ecosystem. And as a result, with all the technologies, a tremendous amount of data is going to result. And I think that in order to be able to manipulate and to really leverage this data on how do we improve our lives, we're going to need, a lot of processing power, a lot of knowledge and understanding of how do we take this data and how do we create new businesses? How do we, use the power of data? And I think that we're not there yet. I think we're doing that, but in silos. And I think in the end, we're going to be one, connected ecosystem. And I think the opportunities that come out of that are going to be enormous.
Well, thank you very much. Our time's up, unfortunately. And thanks a lot. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
And industry leader, we all know Google has its sights set on the transportation revolution, and there are many projects in the works. Here to close the summit and to ignite our imagination is Mr. Yossi Matias, Vice President at AI Research at Google.
Hello everyone, it's great to see people in flesh after a long time. I'm sure everybody's happy with the opportunity to see other people actually and to convene like we did in the old days. So when we talk about the future of mobility, I know that many of us and many people, forever probably, where their imagination was captured about the future of mobility with self-driving cars and other approaches. This cartoon, I believe, is a concept from the 50s, even though there are evidence for many similar stuff going back to the 20s. And interesting to watch here that the technology that some people envisioned is not as advanced as we have today. But on a personal note, I joined Google 15 years ago, and I remember in the early days when we started working secretly at a company on the self-driving car. When we just came out, this was in 2013, it was interesting to watch. This headline still asks whether this is going to be reality or science fiction. Now, this is after a car was already having more than 300,000 miles on the public roads. So even then, this was less than a decade ago, it was still a question whether this is going to become a reality. And it's interesting to keep in mind that less than a decade before, there was the first DARPA project that actually started a lot of these initiatives in the Mojave Desert, and the first competition, actually no vehicle made it to the final. So this was just a few years later, and of course, we've heard a lot in this conference about self-driving cars. Practically today, Google self-driving car became Waymo, which already had millions of miles, public miles, and billions of miles in simulations. And virtually every car company and many other companies are looking into their versions of autonomous vehicle, and we know this is actually becoming a reality. So when we talk about the future of transportation, we know that there are many more things that are perhaps science fiction today, but going to be a reality in the future. And there are a host of technologies actually that accelerate this technology development, including many on the radar systems, LIDARs, and others that I'm sure we've heard a lot about. One transformative technology is the AI, artificial intelligence. So let me spend a few minutes to talk a little bit about AI, which takes a lot of our time collectively and my personal time. Now, AI is, of course, transforming everything, every aspect of life. Think about agriculture and health and businesses and processes and languages. We can now translate from language to language. We can now have actually a conversation with AI, and we actually, just in the last couple of years, we've seen transformative changes in notion of language understanding. Let me touch on two examples, which I think are going to touch many lives and actually save lives. One is the obvious example of health. And in health, because a lot of the expertise is about understanding data, the opportunity, of course, is to unlock a lot of these opportunities. Just a couple examples. If you look at the upper side of the picture, we see here an image of a retina. And this is an example where we're using machine learning models to help out, save people's eyesight at scale. Hundreds of millions of people are at risk of losing their eyesight because of a condition called diabetic retinopathy, which is actually treatable if diagnosed early enough, and there's a huge shortage of eye experts. And by using machine learning models, we can actually help out, identify early and help out millions of people and save their eyesight. Now, interestingly enough, during the course of that effort and research, the team discovered that we can actually identify some signals in the retina that nobody actually expected them to be there, or at least there was no scientific evidence for that, which are actually signals that can allow us to understand some conditions about risks for heart failures. And this is an example where actually by applying AI and machine learning, we can not only imitate what people can do, but we can actually leapfrog, we can actually identify things that nobody actually had the tools to identify earlier on, which I think is an important thing to keep in mind for every field, including, of course, mobility. And by the way, in the bottom picture, we can see pictures from an effort, a clinical trial that we have on identifying polyps in colonoscopy, something that everyone above a certain age should care about. Turns out that there are quite a few misses, and by using a real-time analysis of videos, we can actually reduce the number of polyps that are missed. This is a project actually led by a team in Israel that is now became the cornerstone for Verily, which is a sister company to Google, about health sciences in collaboration with the hospitals in Israel. One can talk about AI today without mentioning a recent breakthrough on the protein folding problem, which is a long-standing scientific endeavor that has huge opportunities in drug design and other implications in the health domain. And perhaps I'll give one more example, which is, I think, becoming, unfortunately, more and more relevant to these days, which is about flood forecasting. So floods are the most devastating natural disasters responsible for thousands of people worldwide losing their lives and impacting millions of people in terms of their safety and their economic viability, safety. And what we have set out to do is to see whether we can use AI to help with that. Now, it turns out that with the right partnership with our governments and using cloud technology and machine learning models, we can actually predict floods and send information to people right to their phones. Just in the last monsoon season, we had over 115 million notifications sent to people at risk in India and Bangladesh. These notifications alerted them at floods coming their way up to 8 to 48 hours before the floods actually arrived there, with accuracy of tens of meters in location and just up to 10 centimeters in depth, which helps people take action and keep themselves safe. And this covers over 360 million people in India and Bangladesh, so obviously it has huge impact. Now, unfortunately, floods are becoming more and more frequent due to climate changes, and are part of the flood forecasting initiative is part of a broader project that we're having around providing people information during crisis, something we call crisis response. And this is about natural disasters and as well as COVID, actionable information about COVID. Now, talking about natural disasters, another thing that actually is proliferated now more than ever because of climate change are wildfires. And just last year, we again used AI in order to help identify the exact location of the fire perimeter and send it directly to people so that we can help people be safe and also first responders. And we have teams actually expanding the technology in order to expand it globally. Now, both floods and wildfires are two things that unfortunately we see accelerating because of climate change. So this is a good segue to talk perhaps a little bit more about climate change and sustainability. And just before that, I will note that one of our efforts on crisis response actually goes back to our own experience here in Israel. This is a picture I took on my phone about 10 years ago in December 2010 during the Carmel fire. I was visiting our Haifa office that day, and I was anxiously looking for information and couldn't find anything helpful online. Eventually, I called the mayor's office, I got the information, and this was a trigger for our team to launch the first ever emergency alert information right at Google search with information we got from the authorities, which eventually evolved into the crisis response effort as we have it today. So let's talk a little bit about sustainability and climate change, because this is a conference about mobility, and I think it's impossible to talk about mobility without thinking about one of the biggest impact of mobility, which is climate change, carbon emission, and sustainability. So arguably, when we think about smart mobility in today's situation, we also need to think about sustainable mobility and what can we do for that purpose. And the opportunities, of course, are there. The notion of climate change and sustainability is pretty profound, and it's very important that we are actually taking action on that. So when we think about sustainability, first let me know that for Google, this is something that has been a commitment for many years. It's actually from the early days, and we are now on the third decade of sustainability effort as we speak. And actually, when we go back to 2007, we already had what we call carbon neutral situation, mainly that we made sure that every carbon that we produce, we can also offset properly. And just a little later in 2010, we already started investing in alternative energy, even when they were quite expensive and helping out the global efforts in reducing the cost for that. And coming forward, we now make pretty bold, just recently a very bold kind of announcements about becoming totally carbon-free energy by 2030. So this is a pretty significant announcement where we're looking to see how to advance technologies, including AI and other technologies, in order to be entirely carbon-free energy as a company by 2030. In addition, we made a commitment to influence, to help 1 billion people to make better choices on sustainability. Now, this is important because obviously when we talk sustainability, there is a question of what choices do we do as individuals, what choices do we do as businesses. So let me give a couple examples of how we're trying to do that. One of them is about what we call eco-friendly maps. So obviously mobility is responsible for some of a lot of the carbon that impacts climate change. And by having a more better choices of how to navigate from one place to another, we can actually quite significantly reduce the carbon that is emitted. So recently we announced giving people a choice to select a route to where they want to get, so that if it's different than the fastest route, they can actually make the choice of doing that. And the estimation is that by doing that, we can actually have the equivalent of reducing up to 200,000 cars from the road. So this could be quite significant. Now, of course, if you can have the option to take a bike ride rather than use a car, this is a much more eco-friendly choices. So here we're looking into how to make it easier for people to find the location of bikes, the bike stations near them, to make the choices in a more friendly way right in their navigational kind of options. And also when, flight is obviously not very eco-friendly, but if people must fly, there's an option for them to actually select flights which are going to be a better choice from a carbon emission by just providing information. So one thing that we're hearing from many people is that they look to get better information about their choices, and this is part of a way to actually enable better carbon situation worldwide. Now, I want to share a look into exciting new project that demonstrate the potential we see for technology to provide even more direct solution to decarbonization, mobility, and transportation. What if every ride in every city was more eco-friendly regardless of the route we're taking, regardless of the car you're using? So the question is, obviously, as we're looking into longer-term solutions, one objective we need to look at is what can you do right now with whatever people are already doing. Now, so anyone who's ever waited in a long line, cars at a red light, can relate to, only not to make it through before the light turns red again, knows the frustration of poorly timed traffic lights. And just, coming over here, I could feel it along the way quite a bit, and I'm sure many of you did. So inefficient traffic lights are bad for the environment, they are bad for the experience. And idling cars in traffic lights mean not only wasted time, but also wasted fuel and more street-level pollution. And this is quite significant, actually. So instead of manually measuring and calculating timings, one of our AI research groups that I lead in Israel has found a way to accurately calculate the traffic condition and timing at most intersections in cities around the world, without any additional sensors. And then train a machine learning model on that data to optimize those inefficient intersections. So I'm sure many of us can relate to the fact that we're sitting and say, well, couldn't we do better here? And it turns out that we can. Today, the team has conducted pilots at 4 locations in Israel in partnership with the municipalities of Haifa, Beersheba, and Israel National Roads Company, Netivei Israel. So by using AI, there's a promise that we can optimize the efficiency of traffic lights across the entire city without adding any additional sensors. And so far, in the pilots that we had, we've observed a 10 to 20% reduction in fuel. 10 to 20% reduction in fuel. In both intersection delay and delay time. It's early days, but on the back of these promising pilots, we are looking into other pilots in cities such as Rio de Janeiro and other places around the world. And we're really hopeful to see that making a difference in the present of city, intercity mobility. So let me jump a little bit to the future, because a lot of this conference is about the future. Now, interestingly enough, the future of Back to the Future has already passed, and we aren't seeing Marty's or Dr. Brown's car anywhere around us, even though we're seeing much more advanced items. But I think it's interesting to reflect a little bit both about the predictions of the past and try to anticipate what is it, where are we heading, and keeping in mind that our ability to predict is actually quite limited. So this picture, I think, is, in the early days of cars, some of the names that were used for cars are carriages without horses. Obviously, whoever took the picture didn't get the memo. However, this is also a good reminder of one of the most infamous predictions out there, which are, some folks call them the Great Horse Manure Crisis of 1894. And these were well-known predictions by politicians, newspapers, economists about the fact that some of the most significant urban crises are going to be by horse manures who are going to clog the streets out there. And the interesting aspect of this prediction is that obviously it totally ignored the enter of the car as an alternative to the horses in the city life. And interestingly enough, while these predictions, these crises were in the turn of the century, this was about the time that cars actually started being out there. It was after the first patent was filed about cars. It was just a few years before the first Ford car was manufactured. So it's a reminder that some of these predictions tend to be linear, where life and technology is moving either exponentially or quite often with a singular point. We're getting into a point where suddenly things are working and then things are accelerating in a different pace than we can anticipate. Another infamous prediction is about the inability for us to fly, to have airplanes. And again, this is going back to 1895, and Lord Kelvin was a pretty serious person. He was the president of the Royal Society and got many awards. And again, one can look back and say, well, this was, 1895. What can we, how much can we predict from that time? But it's important to remember, it was just a few years later that the first airplanes, that the Wright brothers were already flying airplanes. So it wasn't a prediction that was totally disconnected from technological development. It was the inability to actually predict how the technology development is going to impact our lives in a profound way. And I think this is important for us, because when we look back, we somehow think that we are now better predictors than we were in the past. But I think it's important to remember that things are not progressing linearly. And I think that the imagination and our ability to dream is profoundly important. This is an image taken, a picture taken by a 5th grader in response to a contest done by the UN Habitat organization back in 2013. We can see here all the elements, self-driving cars, some flying cars, flying drones, and we can, of course, add our own imagination into the mix. You can think about, flying cars are already in existence, right? Flying drones are out there. Drones are now in use in order for delivery. We have now self-driving vehicles actually shipping stuff. We have trucks which are self-driving. It's a matter of time before we're going to see many of these developments. There are going to be some developments which are not going to be available, that we cannot dream them as yet. And I think this is important to keep in mind, that the future holds for us developments that are difficult now to predict, just because of the sea change that we're going to see with AI, with other technologies, with mobility technologies. Recently saw this nice YouTube clip about this fellow who took some retail drones, many drones, put them together himself, and actually became a vehicle for him to be flying on his own as a nice self-project. So I think that the future holds a lot of promise here, and this is also a great opportunity when we talk about smart mobility. And the future can be anything about, both in terms of technologies, in terms of drones, autonomous cars, autonomous vehicles. There are going to be probably autonomous, airplanes actually are already semi-autonomous, right? Much of the aviation is now done with autopilots that is totally computerized. And another aspect of that is the notion of the public transportation and smart cities. Smart cities are going to evolve into supporting better both cleaner energy and better support for public transportation, which I know was a big topic for this conference as well. So I think the big opportunity that we have globally is how to bring together the various players, the industry, startups, governments, cities, organizations, the dreamers, the executors, how to rethink how to advance mobility in all its different fronts, how to use the technologies that are emerging out there, and I think that here in Israel we actually have a huge opportunity because of the amazing ecosystem on many of the aspects that I was just mentioning and just talking about. But as we're dreaming and working towards the future, and as we are keeping in mind that the future is not linear, it's going to change, it's obviously extremely important also that we're working on the present, and that's why we need to keep thinking and working on how are we going to optimize whatever is there. How can we make the better choices available for people? How can we make people, make it easier for people to take public transportation or use bikes or make a better eco-friendly choices out there? How can we help? How can we work with cities and governments in order to optimize whatever is there and make better planning for the future? So I think the future is, there are many opportunities out there. And again, this is time is really important for us to pay attention and to also make smart mobility sustainable mobility. And there's not, and the time is really now. It's not a moment too soon to actually think about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you all on behalf of the Smart Mobility Initiative. We hope you have enjoyed your time with us and wish you a safe and energy-efficient journey back home. Thank you.